What's up, good people? Oh, let me turn it down. That sounds bad. Y'all probably couldn't hear it, but I could. Shout out to everybody in the building. Welcome to the show. Let's get this thing going. Let's get this thing started. Make sure you hit the like button, whether you're catching it live right now or you're catching it after it's uploaded. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it started. Let's get it. What in the total absolute hell is going on here? Y'all can't see this, but I can. StreamYard changed some things. Or is I got it zoomed in or zoomed out crazy? But everything looks different. Huh. They made some changes in the middle of the night. Either that or my computer messed up. But anyway, none of that is important. What's important is let's get the show started. Let's go. Let's all right, now here we go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What is going on, good people? Welcome to the show. I am back after a whole day's worth of sleep. Had to sleep for a whole damn day. I don't know if I'll be doing that again, but it was definitely fun. But if struggle streaming and by the oh shit, that's loud. If struggle streaming had a what is it, a face? I don't know. Nothing says struggle streaming like a 12-hour stream, but but I don't necessarily consider that struggle streaming, but people do. But I don't know if I'll be doing that again. But my last stream, if you missed it, it's on my Patreon. If you missed it, it was definitely an instant classic. So many moments. Oh my goodness. We had a good time. Zero was on there. Shout out to Zero, JB, Rod of God podcast, and Game Changer. They were on for nearly the entire 12 hours. That's right, 12 hours. I did a third shift all-nighter. Went from essentially I went from like 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. and I don't know what the hell I was thinking. But it was fun. It was definitely fun. Had a good time. Shout out to Black Curls. He was in there. He said it's from a female subreddit, and this panel opens up. I think you're referring to what I'm talking about in the title. I think you're referring to the title. He says, don't forget Bullwinkle was on there. Who was Bullwinkle? Who was that? I don't think I quite know who that is. I don't think I know who that is. But it was definitely one for the ages. It was definitely one for the ages. Hit the like button. We about to get this thing going as I'm still getting things set up and ready to go here. But we ready to go. We pretty much rolling. We pretty much rolling on autopilot right now. They say, well, I think Kevin Samuels brought that phrase to the space, build it while you fly it, and that's definitely what I still be doing up in this joint. Definitely what I still be doing. But man, that last stream, oh my goodness. So provider said another list, huh? Not like that. This isn't not like that. Shout out to the Early Bird Squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Queen Q in the building says, I see on the first one here. I think she means I see I'm the first one here. Good morning. And Queen Q also comes back and says, LOL, open your mind and wake your black ass up. Love that part of the intro. Me too. And Snuggles in the building with the first super chat. I definitely appreciate your Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggle, Snuggly Softness. That's really less expensive.
I don't mean to tip my hand too much, but there's a lot of fake Snuggles bear commercials where the bear goes from friendly to evil and she kills somebody. Don't be shocked if you see that one. You might see that one. Shout out to Logan JJ, Brian Washington, Heavy Hand says good morning, folks. Ilonga Savage in the building. Sharon Bracey, I think I said, yeah, Sharon Bracey in the building. Celine Frodema in here. Just gonna post a picture of, white girl on a yoga mat. She's like, I'm sure this one is gonna go over really well. Gonna let them know that I put on stretchy pants and do the splits. Shout out to Celine. Aaron B in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to Queen Q once again. Bernard, make me a mod on this account. Were you a mod on the last one? I don't know who's a mod and who's not. You can't see who's mods on StreamYard. I mean, there's some people that I know I modded up and I remember who I mod up, but I would have thought you would be a mod. I would have thought, but I don't even got the YouTube up to do so. But I can't even confirm if you were a mod before. When I get the YouTube up, and if I remember, I may do so. Shout out to Ramil Lamir. He had a great stream last night. He had Lucario on there. And no, Negroes didn't come in there all guns blazing like they normally do, coming at the brother about his open marriage. They didn't go. Fantastic slipped a few punches in, but they for the most part, it was a good conversation. So shout out to Ramil Lamir. Shout out to Mr. Lucario. Mr. Lucario of the dating coaches. He's, really one of the first ones I stumbled into. Always liked him. Always been, one of my favorite of the dating coaches. Up there with ARC, who's, friend of the show, I like to call him. But shout out to Mr. Lucario. And shout out to SKC, I believe that
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
SKC and his Asian wife be two-stepping off beat every time I play that. They be in there two-stepping off beat. You know, she snap her fingers at erratically at the wrong part of the song. You know, we know that's how it works. But he loves her, and that's all that matters. She I forgot about that one. When I said she put teriyaki, she be cooking neck bones for SKC and putting teriyaki sauce on the neck bones. Oh man. Before we get into the main topic, shout out to Ike Ogiamian in the building. Shout out to Ike Ogiamian. Ike don't know this, but he kind of got his own just ripped sound bite over here.
Calamity fi hit we any moment, what's a pity? Tomorrow never certain. What was behind the curtain? The face of evil. Evil will make advances. Pick up your sword and lances and be sure to take your stances. Victory.
I wasn't creative enough to make one for you, so I just ripped it. I just ripped it from your intro. So shout out to Ike. Shout out to Ike. Let's see. We're about to get into a number of things. Before I get into the main topic, there's something I wanted to touch on real quick. I was going to do a whole show on it about female panda bears. I was plotting on doing a whole show on it. But shout out to Rod. I don't know what Rod this is. This isn't Rod of God. This is another Rod. Shout out to him. Trying to pull this up. And tell me what y'all think. Do y'all think that this is a woman having an epiphany and awakening, or is this just some female panda bear-ism? Saladim El Rahim makes a good point. He says, I like female panda bears. Why wouldn't a man like a woman that panders to men? Why wouldn't you? Those of you who don't know what a panda bear is, that's, as far as I know, Kevin Samuels. I put Kevin Jackson and Kevin Samuels together and said Kevin Jackson. Derek Samuels. But Kevin Samuels made that term for referring to Derek Jackson when Derek Jackson started responding to Kevin Samuels back before Kevin Samuels essentially blew up, and then Derek Jackson shot himself in the foot and then fell off the earth, at least on YouTube. I think he probably still doing numbers on Facebook, but he fell off the earth on YouTube. And so ultimately when Kevin Samuels, subtly clapped back without even mentioning the name, he referred to him as a panda bear, and that is kind of grown a bit. That's kind of grown a bit, kind of got legs. It's kind of out there. Everybody, use the term panda bear to describe the guys who pander to women for views. They do a lot of white knighting, or what is considered simping, even though that's technically not the right definition, but it falls into the category of what we now call simping, when somebody is online essentially just basically telling women whatever the hell they want to hear. And since the manosphere has grown, there's definitely a market of women who tell men essentially what they want to hear. And as somebody, I think Saladim El Rahim pointed out, I think he was saying he has no problem with the female panda bears because there's nothing wrong with women pandering to men. That is a good thing. When a man is pandering to a woman, he's in a weak position. But if a woman is pandering to men, she's essentially in a weak position. Nothing wrong with her being in that weak position. But when that pandering weak position is, used and monetized, and it's like, okay, she's pandering. When you're pandering, you're in a weak position. However, she's flipping it to her advantage. So there's a aspect of manipulation. So the idea and notion of women publicly pandering to men, not in and of itself a bad thing. But then it's some foolishness and fakery, not effery in how we normally say it, but it's just some foolishness and fakeness that goes on with it. That, they're going to create and build platforms where they pander to men. And I'm divided on that because, again, pick-me's are not, of all the problems out there, pick-me's are not the problem. Out of all the problems with women, the pick-me's are not the problem. We can come up with a million problems before we talk about how much of a problem a pick-me is. And if they're publicly doing it, and if they can, shout out to Game Changer, he said it like this: if they can convince men, then that means that they're convincing some women. So it's an overall net positive when the female pander bears come out to play. So he thinks it's an overall net positive, and I can definitely understand that point. I think I'm cursed with understanding all sides of an argument. I'm cursed with that. But it's a blessing and a curse, because it normally makes me give, really critical analysis. So when I say something, I'm normally fairly confident that it's the truth until somebody presents better evidence. And you guys have seen that. You guys have seen that on my show. There's been time I got to credit Ramil twice. There was times like on the Bill Cosby thing, I only had that situation 50% right based off all the information that I knew and understood. I had it right. But when Ramil came up, he showed me some information I didn't have. Then I realized, wait a minute, I was wrong in my analysis. And right there on the show, I switched up because somebody showed me better evidence and made a better point, a better argument with better facts to support that point. So I did an about face right there on the air and start walking in the right direction right there on the air. That's how you know that you're actually somebody who seeks the truth, when you can, in the face of data or information, factual information that goes against your beliefs, that you can change your mind right there on the fly. Or sometimes go think about it for a while and then change your mind. But anyway, a little divided on the pander bears, but we about to listen to some panderism before I get into the thing with Reddit with the list and everything. We're about to listen to some pander bear, some female pander bearism, or just tell me what y'all think. Y'all may think that she actually believes this shit and she's on point. So let's play it out. Let's roll the. I guess I won't normally say not so beautiful bean footage, but this is we'll see.
Amen. A great poet once said, "Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym." And men around the world rejoiced because they felt like their voices were finally being heard. Because you are absolutely right. Men built the world. They built the whole world, and the women factored in no way that I could possibly figure out. It's all through history. Women really never factored into any of the success of men. So I think we as women need to remind ourselves when, we get that feeling of like having needs or expectations within our relationships. We should remind ourselves that men are graciously allowing us to exist in the world that they have built for us, and the world that's so comfortable and so safe. We should be more appreciative.
All right. All right. Oh shit, I didn't mean to let all
within our relationships.
Hold on, stop it. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm just trying to look at some immediate reaction. She's a hardcore panda, LOL. But you got a problem with it though? Do you got a problem with it? The title, yeah, that part right there. It says red pill. Well, guys, what do you think? Is this a glimmer of hope? So whoever posted this, because she didn't post this on YouTube, I think she posted this on TikTok. I think there's a lot of stuff like that going around on TikTok. But so I think the focus is on, well, somebody sent it to me, and the person who sent it to me on my Instagram, and that's the place where y'all can send me random stuff that I may or may not do content on. But the guy who sent it to me on Instagram, I think he sent it like, hey, this is pretty cool. And I think the guy who posted it says, red pill. Well, guys, what do you think? Is this a glimmer of hope? So some guys are taken or moved by this kind of thing. And I explained the part where it's nothing wrong with a woman being in that weak position, pandering to men. Nothing wrong with that. Something is definitely weak and sackless about a guy pandering to the plurality or collective of women. That something is very, very silly about that one. But shout out to Saladin El Rahim says she's a hardcore panda. Leo Anthony not buying it, not falling for the trap. So provider, she suffered from panderitis. Black Savant seems like a troll. Wow, never heard a truthful cap. So you saying what she's saying is true, but you know she capping. She pouring it on thick. You said, wow, never heard a truthful cap. So provider is saying idiots. I think he's referring to the people who buy into this, because the guy who sent this to me, he seemingly was buying into it. Like, wow, check this out. And then whoever posted it, like I said, they put it in the title. Is this a glimmer of hope? Hope for what, nigga? Hope for what? Snuggles in the building says, Bernard, when you have a panel today, if I have a panel today, no, I think I definitely have a panel. Says, Bernard, when you have a panel today, I would like you all to discuss. We don't care what you would like us to discuss. I'm just playing. I would like you all to discuss exactly what women bring to men and how they are useful to men in detail, please. Vagina. All right, answered your question.
Hi, I'm Snuggle. Snuggly Softness. That's really less expensive.
Shout out to Snuggles. No, women can bring quite a bit to men. Or are you saying in a broad way? What do women as a collective group bring to men, or what can an individual woman bring to an individual man? I always like to separate the micro and the macro whenever somebody ask a question like that. I like to separate the micro and the macro. And this is where the cap of this video bears out. Which is I can't think of one tangible thing that women do to build this world. I mean, well, they are needed because you can't produce or create people without both. I mean, yes, our semen is needed, their eggs are needed, but both people are needed in that regard. So they do have a role. They do have a role in the most strict patriarchal society. Women do have an important role. And one thing that's true, and before I get into the main topic, one thing that's true is that everything that men have done to ultimately make this world easier for women, there's men who definitely fall in the category as well, and where the world is easy for us as well. you know, no offense to Sole Provider, but he's not exactly, he doesn't strike me as somebody who wants to, you know, volunteer to dig a ditch. But he's a you know, he likes his technology and gadgets. He seems like that type, and so he lives in the world. And he probably knows how to create or write some software for a lot of stuff. If he's one of the coding type of nerds, shout out to the nerd pill. So he knows how to create some stuff and build some stuff. But ultimately, he's a guy who lives in a world that's just very comfortable, cozy, and suitable. So a lot of men wake up in this world too, but we're expected to get up, get out, and do more. But the fact of the matter is very easy to do nowadays. It's still hard because it's a competitive world, but we're not out there. We don't have to go out there and kill a saber-toothed tiger and bring home the skin to keep people warm. The fur to keep people warm, and the meat from the animal we slaughtered so we all can eat and not starve to death. It's a different world that we all benefit from. So I mean, that's just the nature of the game. And yes, men did that, and yes, we all are benefiting from it. And that's essentially the argument. I hate even making that argument because that's the women. That's the argument that women make in response to Kevin Samuels. And Kevin Samuels will say something along the lines of, men built this world and made it easy for y'all to live in it. They try to say, well, every man doesn't know how to work the power grid or this or that. But then the proper counter argument to that, is that, yeah, every man doesn't know how to do that. But if all the lights went out and the female gender disappeared, men would be able to get everything back on and running functionally. He made a compelling case that if all the lights went out and all the men disappeared, that women wouldn't be able to get it back up and running functionally. So it's almost like a cautionary tale that women need to take a step back and understand that regardless of how you frame it, look at it, or structure your argument, that women should have some humility before they even fix their mouths to make an argument that I don't need a man. Well, you got to ask yourself why. Why is it that you don't need a man? Ask yourself that question. When you do the analysis of that, you come to the very, very easy conclusion, that yes, men have built a world that makes it, you know, comfortable, cozy, and easy for me to function and live without a man. She has the cheat codes, but uses it to pander. Shout out to Wizard X.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. And Snuggles, one thing I'll recommend, provided your super chat, because that's really, you do this a lot. That's not exactly how it works. Where you say, when the panel open up, I would like you to discuss, like you are to discuss exactly what women bring to men and how they are useful to men in detail, please. That's not how it works. The proper way to do that is to send an email of a show topic suggestion. So then that could be the show that we essentially prepare for. I could probably find somebody who's interested or particularly good at speaking on that, and we could have a back and forth conversation, possibly, and then open up a panel, predicated off a more structured conversation instead of a on the fly change the topic of my damn show conversation. So email me that one, because I'm going to forget this super chat by the end of the show. So email me that, and then when I'm fishing for a show next week, a show topic next week, I will probably do a show on that, because that's a good topic. So yeah, definitely hit me on that one. Everyday Valet says, hard times breed strong men breed good times breed weak men. Very well said. That is a quote that I've heard that one. I've heard people say that, but I need to remember that one, because you summed up what I was essentially trying to say when I when I was basically explaining how, yes, we are in good times, and yes, that has bred a lot of weaker men. It's just a brute fact of reality. The only reason that women can even fix their mouths to say that men are weak, the only reason they can fix their mouth to say that, because the world is running fairly easy and is running easy and smooth to the point to where they can compete with men now. And when I say they can compete with men, what I'm talking about is that yes, they can go to school, they can get a job, they can get a, at whatever they got a degree in, whatever bullshit they got a degree in, they can get a job and they can go and make, they can go and make $50,000-$60,000 a year in an air conditioned cubicle from working for a business, a company that was in most cases built by a man, and it's a structured system that they could just step into and essentially sign up to just do the job that they were half-ass trained or taught to do. That's basic, fairly basic stuff, and that's the world that we live in. People can make a lot of money, relatively speaking, a lot of money answering the phone, organizing meetings, setting up this schedule, setting up an agenda sheet, just stuff like that, and then she can walk away from that and say, well, I can compete with men. Yeah, in a very stable, structured Western society. And it's like they're oblivious to what it would actually look like actually competing with men without all the structures and systems in place. Now, this isn't me just coming out here saying you just waving my fist in the air at women, but I mean, it's if the conversation, the topic is on the table about, the not just the question that Snuggles threw out there, but the question that was ultimately proposed in this video, or the statements that were made in this video, and the responses that some people have to that, then yeah, we got to average all that into the equation. Everyday valet. Very well said, though. Hard times breed strong men. Strong men breed good times. Good times breed weak men. Very well said. Infinity MFG says there's never a benefit from someone that panders. They will never tell you about your blind spots. Well, I don't need a woman online to talk about the blind spots. I have zero interest in that. So if women are making platforms, and it goes back to what I said originally, if women are making platforms and they're getting a female pander bear on, to some degree, that's technically not a bad thing. Let them pander away. Nothing wrong with women pandering to men. It's not their job to talk about our blind spots. You want to do that, you know where to go. There's plenty of women online that will get you told real fast. Like, if that's what you need, then okay. I don't know what to say to you if that's what you need. So that's not something that's needed. Women to tell us the blind spots. Now, in your real actual life, if we're not talking about this whole social media war of ideas, in your real actual life, then yes, a woman who could point out a blind spot that you may have, yeah, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. So I'm actually with that. But no, we don't need women online doing that. I think we do that well enough. We do that well enough amongst ourselves on our platforms. Snuggles. Oh, cut it out. That is blasphemy. Snuggles shaking my head. Good. Think I pumped and dumped. I said it was blasphemy because I thought it said Snuggles, and then I looked at it. It says Smuggles. Smuggles 886 says Snuggles, shaking my head. Good. I think it means good thing I pumped and dumped her. Oh man, that's classic. Man, I don't think I could have asked for a better super chat than that. I don't think I could have asked for a better super chat than that one right there. God damn.
These last $2. I'm not gonna lose.
Oh man. And I think Snuggles. No, don't call Smuggles a stalker. He was hitting that. She says, "You're a brown bear. I'm a white bear." Snuggles, you. I always thought you were just light skinned. The bear. Which one you think is more important? I need to get the wolf pack for this one, Bernard. No, you need to figure out why you got pumped and dumped. That's what you need to figure out. You need to figure out why you got pumped and dumped. That's your focus right now.
Hi, I'm Snuggle, Snuggly Softness. That's really less expensive.
Jack Nickelback says every light-skinned bear think they white. Oh man, y'all be killing me. D-Rock Den with the Cash App. D-Rock Den with the Cash App. And why? Oh, there it is. All right, we about to get into the main thing here. Let me get this on YouTube. Let me turn that down because y'all don't need to hear that. Let me do a number of things here, but that is some funny stuff. I can get rid of that. Hold up. Man, that was funny. That was definitely a good one. Let me fix my chair. All right. Snuggles, why you light-skinned claiming to be white? You're perpetuating colorism. What's up with that? All right, let's see. All right, let's get into the main thing here. That shouldn't be moving. Shit.
Is a legit activity. I've seen a lot.
All right. About to get into the main thing here. What is going on in the chat? Soap Writer said, geez, these niggas will smash Most Def. They talking about smashing a bear? He said, isn't it okay to perpetuate colorism? No, it's not okay. That's never okay. Light-skinned people shouldn't be claiming to be white. But whoever, man, I could do a whole show on this. I'm thinking about creating a Tinder profile just to do research. Because when I was on there, oh my goodness. Well, it'd be hard to replicate this research because I would have to actually meet somebody on Tinder, which I'm not going to do. However, when I used to meet people on Tinder, the dark-skinned chicks, they would be brown skinned it, in some cases light skinned it on their pictures on Tinder, and then will show up as dark as me. It was crazy. It was insane. Like, it happened so much. It's one thing that they would show up, heavier, but they would show up. They would show up some shades darker, which, I mean, like why? Okay, you could argue that, okay, she's operating under the assumption that she's going to get more swipe rights if she's lighter, then okay, whatever. But still, it's something inherently wrong with that. I can understand, like, using the older picture, well, younger picture of you, but older, meaning that the picture is, older, where you're smaller. They trying to figure out whatever camera tricks, or using an older picture. They're trying to shed some pounds in the imagery. They're trying to drop 15 pounds. But don't sit there and try to shade some skin. Like that's just shade. Don't try to lighten your skin. Don't use the filters. Like that's just it speaks to what's in their mind. Put it like that. That's all I'm saying. It speaks to what's in their mind. Like, there's never been a time when I sat there and was like, she was brown skinned or lighter skinned, almost light skinned on the pictures, and then she showed up and she was darker, and I'm like, man, what the hell? I ain't about to mess with this. And then boom, I'm gone. I'm not. we ain't about to mess with each other. Nah, like that never even almost happened. I'm just sitting there looking at her and thinking, like, damn, you did that. And even if I talked to her and got to know her, I'll find out all kinds of, when you get to know somebody, you may find out that, okay, this person is real pro-black and fist in the air about this and about that. And, gotta say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud, mentality or ideology. But then you're trying to lighten yourself up on your pictures. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. But here we go. You saw in the thumbnail, I said, we don't get offended. We just tell you where you're wrong. Well, a list of things that was collected on Reddit was, it was compiled, and it was supposed to essentially make up of, various things that people say, comments, statements that offend men today. And I hate when somebody try to say, oh, y'all getting offended. Well, why y'all get triggered by that? Y'all shouldn't be triggered by this. Y'all shouldn't be triggered by that. Okay, maybe there's some guys in this space who do get legitimately triggered by certain things. I don't get triggered by nothing. I will just tell you where I think you're wrong. And I think that's most of the energy in this space. Very matter of fact. With the energy. Yes, we get passionate and start, talking some shit, but most people in this space, definitely most of the content creators, and I'm so glad that people are starting to differentiate, content creators, and not shitting on non-content creators, but I'm just saying, if you're going to make an argument, I think you do got to pick a content creator and follow the steady stream of logic that he is saying, and then find the hole in what he's saying. It's so easy to find the hole when it's 8 people on the panel and one person says this, another person says that, but 15 minutes ago, this person said this, and what he said 20 minutes later contradicts what he said here, and then it just looked like a bunch. And I see how they could jumble it together and say it's just a bunch of triggered dudes complaining about nothing. All right. They're wrong, because adults can think and follow a steady stream of logic. Sort of like when the guy came on my show yesterday and was like, I just heard Fantastic said he was absolutely 100% anti-marriage. Therefore, are y'all all anti-marriage? And do y'all all support Kevin Samuels? He's pro-marriage. So if y'all all anti-marriage, how y'all supporting Kevin Samuels? Y'all disagree with y'all leader, who y'all believe everything he say. It's like if arguing in bad faith was a person, like damn. Shout out to Shaka Nulu. He says I get triggered by liars. You know what? Good point. I get triggered when I know somebody is deliberately misleading or trying to deliberately trying to sell a narrative or pin some type of narrative on me. If I didn't say that, don't try to make it seem like I said that. Don't try to make it seem like I'm saying something or doing something that I'm not doing. You know, don't make it seem like I'm up here lying. Like that is one thing I get triggered by. I don't get triggered by no exact argument or point that somebody make, but if somebody try to make it seem like I'm being deliberately misleading, for example, I was when the male feminist, shout out to Lil Big Nate who called him Paco the pillow biter. That was just funny. But shout out to Lil Big Nate. Lil Big Nate had a good show last night. Had a real good show last night. He said, damn, what happened? Oh yeah, when as he calls him, Paco the pillow. I don't want to call that man that because that's just wrong. But as Little Big Nate calls him, Paco the pillow biter. Shout out to Theo Waff, man. Shout out to you, man. You was there for most of them 12 hours, man. You was super chatting. It was times I was ready to shut down the stream, and I'm like, damn, Theo just put another $25 on it. You know what? I'm about to go another 30 minutes. Theo, your donations kept me going, man. There was times when I was sleepy. I was like, I'm about to shut this down. And then you and some other people, y'all was sending. Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, that show was wild. That show was wild. But shout out to Theo, man. You was definitely contributing hard and heavy with the super chats last night. Definitely hard and heavy with the super chats last night. Definitely appreciate you and all your support of this space. But damn it, what was I saying? Paco the pillow biter. Shout out to Lil Big Nate. He called him that, not me. But I was talking to him, and I said a stat incorrectly. It was an honest mistake. Okay. It was legitimately an honest mistake. I think I said 70% of Black women are obese. Or no, 80% are obese. It's 80% are overweight or obese. But so it's technically 80%, and I hope I got that right. Close to 80% are overweight. And of those that are overweight, 56% of them were obese. That little fine detail is something that I didn't quite know or didn't quite remember at the time. So I threw it out there, incorrectly, that 80% of Black women are obese. And then he said, "You are being dishonest." I got a little triggered right there. You can tell me that I'm factually wrong, and then I'll correct the record. You can I don't lie. I make honest mistakes. So if somebody is accusing me of just lying when I know I'm not lying, even though I could be legitimately wrong, like you could tell me I'm wrong, you could tell me I'm incorrect, you could tell me my information is not up to date, you could tell me all of that, and I'm like, okay, let's go find the up-to-date information. And me and him actually did it. Somebody dropped a link in the chat, we pulled it up, we looked at it, and I was like, okay, you are right. 80% is not obese. 80% is overweight. And of those 80% that are overweight, 56% of them are obese. And with every other group of people, it's something like 70%. They're in that high 60, 70% range of being overweight, but everybody else is down somewhere in the 30s when it comes to being obese. So it's still, I pointed out that I was factually incorrect, but the point that I was making still carries some weight. It's funny, we're talking about weight, people being overweight. But so the point that I was making still carried some weight. It did. It legitimately carried some weight, because when it comes to being obese in this country, if everybody else is in the high to mid 30s and black women are in the mid to high 50s on that shows that they're significantly more obese than everybody else. So, but when it comes to just the overweight thing based off BMI, yes, you can make an argument that is just a part of the nature of America. Well, it's a broad problem in America when it just comes to overweight, because everybody is overweight at a high level. But when it comes to being extremely overweight, which we'll call obese, that's black women are uniquely obese in this country. That's a factual argument that you really can't refute. That's a factual argument that you really can't refute. So me and, as Lil Big Nate calls him, Paco the Pillow Biter, pulled up the stats and got it right here live on the air. So that's why. So that was the one time where, I get triggered if somebody accuses me of lying or being deliberately misleading. You can tell me I'm wrong. You can tell me I don't got my facts all the way right. And if it's a fact-based discussion, hey, let's go dig up the facts. We can dig them up, and I'll change my mind and then argue accordingly going forward. That's how you know somebody is actively pursuing the truth. Big Mag the Fisher in the building. He says, every pushback against black men has an argument that deflects to our bad points, absolves women of accountability, demands we now fix the world, or flat out say, I can't depend on a black man. Very well said. Very well said. Shout out to you.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything.
My man Theo in the building. I'm gonna have to get SKC to make a special greeting for you. I know he over there doing it for Lil Big Nate, but he clowning with those ones. I don't I don't approve all of that. SKC be clowning. His little special $20 super chat greetings. I mean, I do like the stand in it one, but it was one where it was some black women fighting, and I forgot what clip from a movie was playing in the background. It was all kind of stuff going on, but they be wilding over there. Shout out to Lil Big Name, shout out to SKC. But Theo in the building with the $25 super chat. Appreciate that. He says, you use my donations for 420 munchies. I'm sure of this. No, I did not. No, I did not. As you can see behind me, I drinks. I don't smoke. So I don't need, well, I mean, if you're saying I had some 420 munchies without the 420, I've done that. I've constructed some meals that somebody looked at what I was eating and they was like, nigga, are you high? I've done that. Snuggle668 in the building says smuggles. Yeah, I gotta be careful in the chat. It's a smuggles and a snuggles out there. We know snuggles. We know snuggles quite well, but there's somebody named Smuggles, a bear named Smuggles 886, who apparently says he pumped and dumped Snuggles. And now she's arguing with him in the chat, which gives validity to his point. It really does. But Smuggles, she says, Smuggles, the downgraded fabric softener detergent, the dollar store brand, you have to super chat in order to get seen. She kind of got you right there.
Hi, I'm Snuggle, Snuggly Softness. That's really less expensive.
Nah, I know it's a joke, Theo. I promise I'm about to get into this video. F Holiday in the building, he says, just paying the legendary marathon stream tax, fell asleep, woke up, and you are still going. That is some dedication. Watch out for Smuggles, man. I don't know. Yeah, we're keeping our eye on Smuggles. That's all I'll say. I personally believe him when he says he pumped and dumped Snuggles. I do believe him. I believe he hit that. I do believe that. We still got to keep an eye on him. So somebody just, just come through the door telling all Snuggles business like that. That's, hey, that ain't cool. But he not lying. He not lying. He definitely hit that, but it's still not the proper thing to do to just come through the door and say that. So we got to keep an eye on him. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Like I said in the tagline and the thumbnail, we don't get offended. We just tell you where you're wrong. We could definitely stand to start saying that a lot. I'm not going to trademark that statement. Everybody is free to use it. We don't get offended. We just tell you where you're wrong. I'm tired of people saying that y'all and y'all feelings or y'all triggered or y'all offended. No, we don't do that here. We will tell you where you're wrong. We even tell you if you're right too. Dr. Thunder says, paying my respect. Dr. Thunder, that we had some email correspondence. You had a big show idea, and I forgot. I was thinking on it, but I like to I do want to make that happen. That was a good idea. So yeah, let's I'm glad I forgot about it when you super chatted me. I remembered, but so yeah, I'll try to remember to email you, or you can email me, and then let's try to make something like that happen. I got questions about it. I got further questions about it. So yeah, we'll talk. But shout out to Dr. Thunder. All right, getting into it. The video was titled, "What Opinion Offends Most Men?" Ask Reddit. So I guess they conjured up a bunch of things that men get offended by, and I say BS. No, we don't get offended. We just accurately tell you where you're wrong. But anyway, let's go.
A lot of guys only wanting to date models.
I don't remember that. Okay, let's go.
I've seen a lot of guys only wanting to date models, while they themselves looked like a creature that Mother Nature gave up halfway in the making. What is an opinion you have that offends men? Playing sports is a legit.
Okay, the first one right off the gate. There's some better ones than that, but that one I think we've effectively, adequately smacked that one down on this show a number of times. The only place you actually see guys that are operating like they actually want to date models, but they look like they say like a creature that nature gave up on making. The only place you really see men talking, I won't even say talking like that. I'm just saying the only place where you see men that you could even remotely charge up with that is like in incel communities, where really it's kind of some cap. Ain't no kind of to it. It's cap. They have their reasons. Some of it is just the way they look, but some of them it's just social awkwardness. I hate when people charge that up across the board with men to try to invalidate good arguments that men make about modern women. They try to charge us up with saying, "Oh, y'all are just socially awkward." But there is a such thing as a genuinely socially awkward guy. I've talked to some of them who literally they just will tell you they've never approached a woman. They just don't feel comfortable. They're nervous about any type of interaction with the woman unless it's a woman that they know in a completely different context. Like if they've worked with her for a while, they can have work-related conversations with her. But I'm talking approaching her with romantic interest and even subtly letting that be known. It's some guys who just get completely terrified by that, and they end up going their life making it to 30 without sex, and they end up in incel communities. And yes, part of their coping mechanism is to over criticize women. You ask them what type of woman that you think you're supposed to get, and then they'll say they'll talk as if, she got to be all this and all that and blah, 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 blah. But they really just saying that just to further justify them not wanting to hop back on the horse or hop on the horse to begin with and even try to ride. But you got to go to the black pill. Sorry, BGS and Zero, but it is the other. There's a black pill community that stole the word from you. Y'all don't. I mean, the black pill / incel community. Yes, they stole that. They stole it, and you got to go there. When you go there, you find people that make arguments and statements that are similar to what they're talking about. But men at large, overall, and even those guys, they will accept the average. They'll accept a below average woman. They will. The term "one blowjob away," that's them. I never used to get that term. But I actually got better understanding for it now. So what I'm saying is there's a small group that actually qualifies for that actually fits that statement. And even then, they're clearly capping. Shout out to Lucario, because Fantastic asked him a really good question, like what percentage of his clients, Fantastic asked him what percentage of his clients would fall into full-blown incels. I don't know if he said clients or just in general what he thinks about it, but I'm sure he would form his opinion based off his clients. I can't remember exactly how he framed it, but he said something like 10% of his people that he worked with will fall in that category. And I'm pretty sure that he would say that a fraction of that 10% are holding out for supermodels. So there it is. It's a small percentage of guys that are holding out for supermodels. So no, that's really not a thing. They try to make it a thing to try to invalidate legitimate arguments that men make in spaces like this. But all right, carrying on.
I've seen a lot of guys only wanting to date models, while they themselves looked like a creature that Mother Nature gave up halfway in the making. What is an opinion you have that offends men? Playing sports is a legit activity. It's competitive and gives you good exercise. Watching sports is just pointless. I don't get that. What does it do for you that a team has won or lost? If the team has won, they get fame, glory, maybe some prize money, and proves their skill in the game. If they didn't, then at least they got the opportunity to learn from the experience. You have taken part in none of this. At the most, perhaps you picked up on some tactics and moves you can utilize when playing yourself, but beyond that, I don't see the point. Also, watching sports isn't a hobby. You're watching other people do a hobby. Get off your lazy butt and do some physical activity yourself.
All right, that one, most of these were men and women related. That one wasn't men and women related. But it's a fun subject, and it's to me, it's a goofy statement to make, because I guarantee the same person who makes that statement probably has a favorite TV show that they religiously watch, and they probably watch movies regularly. So if you can invest 2 hours into watching a movie, but criticize somebody who invests 2 hours into watching a game, watching somebody, watching a basketball game, and you say you're watching somebody else perform a hobby, well, by that same logic, watching a movie, you're watching actors perform their hobby that they get paid for. So it's really just a stupid argument. It's a question: do you enjoy it or do you not enjoy it? And how much of your time in your day are you willing to invest in this thing that you enjoy? So if this same person can invest an hour and a half, 2 hours, or 2.5 hours in a movie, then they shouldn't have a problem with somebody investing 2 hours in a sporting event. Shout out to Theo Waff. Once again, says oh my goodness. Theo, I told you it's getting weird when every statement is about Chewbacca. I told you said something about when you was going to bed, you said time to cuddle with the dogs. You said something like that. I was like, come on now, Theo. You're getting a little too cuddly, snuggly. It's funny you mentioned snuggles. Don't let me catch that dog kissing you in the face. That's all. Let me catch the dog licking you in the mouth. That's it. He says Chewbacca, that's his dog, humped Snuggles and then got a restraining order. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Shout out to Theo for the $20 super chat. Shout out to you. Where's it at? I actually like the changes that they made.
I want 150,000. But we can settle out of court right now for $20.
Man, get your
Why did Unreasonable Man get timed out? What did he do? He didn't do nothing. I'm just playing. Snuggles, I got $1 says that's 0. Smuggles, I got $1 says that's 0. He's saying 0 is masquerading as Smuggles. That's really not a bad guess. It's really not a bad guess. I wouldn't put that past 0. I really wouldn't. One moment. Should have played that countdown. All right. Let's get where we at. Let's get back into this. Let's get back active. But yeah, that was some nonsense what he was saying about sports. It was.
Your lazy butt and do some physical activity yourself. I'm a feminist, so a good chunk of men are offended by things feminists want. And another chunk is offended by things they think we want but actually don't. Feminism will be helpful to men as well, and supporting it should be among top priority for any man. At least if you want to progress civil rights and liberties, on equal footing of rooting out racism.
Can somebody explain to me how feminism can be useful to men? Assuming that y'all heard that correctly. Yeah, I can hear everything that's being said in this video. I presume. I think y'all would tell me. I want to hear somebody construct an argument as to how feminism can be useful to men. Now, I listened to some Thomas Sowell, have done a little reading of some Thomas Sowell. I've heard him say this, but it, kind of just floated by, and it, I heard it and then kept. I don't know if I heard it or read it. I can't remember, but I consumed it. I probably read it. That's probably why I don't remember. Because when you're reading, you just keep, and you got to stop and pause when you read, and it help you remember it more. So that's probably why I forgot. But I did hear him say this, and I was reminded of it because Kevin Samuels did mention it the other night or last night or sometime. I can't remember when, but it was pointed out quite accurately that women being in the workforce does not help men. If women absolutely positively just stopped working, like right now, upwards of like 35% of men, something like 30% of all men are not in the labor force. Okay. If women just abandoned ship, just walked off from the job, just quit working altogether, that would increase the demand of work, which means wages would go up. But women being in the workforce, thus doubling the workforce, which means the demand for work goes down, which means wages go down. So if women quit working, the men that would be working with a bigger demand for work would make higher wages and make more money to take care of the women who are not working and doing their traditional role and traditional job. But by taking a country of, let's just say, 250 million adults, and then just, let's just say 200, let's just say 300 or 200 million. taking a country of 200 million adults and roughly 100 million of them working, and then now the other 100 million want to work now. You just made a workforce where it's more work wanted than what the society could fulfill, which means it's going to be less men working and lower wages. Like, when people like Thomas Sowell say things like that, it just goes over the head. It just goes over the head. So women wanting those options, it helps them. It helps them, feel good, and it gives them options and choices. But you cannot make a case that it helps men. And you really can't make a case that it helps society. It's hard to make that argument.
I don't think you have to actively and sternly exclaim to be feminist, but you should be an important and supportive ally.
What if you...
Why? Why?
You could become a coding champion in just 9 months with the top tech school's name on your CV. From building user-centric...
That there is no more proper men. Men should protect a family and provide for them.
Wait. Hold on. Real quick. Shout out to, I think Snuggles sent a super chat that I almost forgot about. Shout out to Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Shout out to Snuggles. She says, Theo, we don't mess with people who don't know super chat. If it's broke, we can fix it. Theo, we just leave it alone. Mic drops. Now, I respect where you're coming from, Snuggles. That is self-serving. You're trying to make sure that no other bear gets traction. This is just you just trying to piss on the tree and mark your territory. So you are petting I mean, I get where you're coming from. You're kind of right, but it's still a self-serving argument. I'm going to acknowledge that. It's a self-serving argument that you may very well be right about. Oh my goodness. Y'all gonna make me block all bears except for Snuggles. No, but Scruggles 666. Can y'all donate to my bear fund? No. You gotta patch up your own shit, man. Man, y'all be clowning. Yeah, be clowning. We got Snuggles, Smuggles, and Scruggles in here. Bear Wars. Yeah. How? Houseway. All right. It says there are no more proper men. Men should protect a family and provide for them. I feel that way deep inside, and I want to protect and provide. Okay, refer to what I previously said about the last statement about feminism, and that explains why there is seemingly a lack of proper men who are not protecting and providing. Refer back to my last statement. If 50% of the workforce are women, and that 50% of the workforce being women, that ultimately driven wages down to where, like we always talk about before, there was a time, there was a good old time back in the good old days, even though we, wax poetic about that, but anyway, there was a time when, yes, one income from just a working class man was enough to sustain a family. In many cases today in this economy, that's not necessarily the case. And yes, I know there are many different reasons why wages go up, why economies get flipped upside down to where one income does not sustain. But if one income can't sustain it, then there is a structural problem where it doesn't make it possible, or there's a structural problem that's not conducive to families that typically or traditionally have worked.
I feel that way deep inside, and I want to protect and provide. I personally am not about that life at the moment, but if I had a family, I want to contribute or do my part, which was traditionally to provide and protect. That doesn't.
It's not a bunch of men who are saying that they don't want to do that. When men get married, they ideally typically want to do that. They just understand the scoreboard and what time it is in the world that we live in. That
doesn't exclude women from doing so as well. Video.
I want to make sure
I personally
get that full statement.
But you should be an important and supportive ally. That there is no more proper men. Men should protect a family and provide for them. I feel that way deep inside, and I want to protect and provide. I personally am not about that life at the moment, but if I had a family, I want to contribute or do my part, which was traditionally to provide and protect. That doesn't exclude women from doing so as well. Video games are for kids. I played video games as a kid and have little interest in them as an adult. That said, I know the insane amount of creative energy that goes into making them. They're very impressive and certainly not all suitable for kids. The popularity of Pokemon and the culture around it among adults is completely baffling to me though. How can so many adults justify the amount of time that goes into video games? I am okay with investing 2 hours into a movie, but 20 hours for a single player? No way.
All right. We got to get good at picking apart and breaking down bad arguments. The spin move happened at the end because he pointed out something that I pointed out. I shouldn't say he, because this is a robotic voice, so we don't know. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's being said are comment statements by women, but I keep saying he. But anyway, he says, I'm okay with investing 2 hours into a movie, but 20 hours for a single player, no way. Okay, if you're okay with investing 2 hours in a movie, you can't get mad at a video game player who invests 2 hours into playing a video game. So the question isn't to video game or to not video game. It is how much video gaming. That's really the question, because just like you're okay with investing 2 hours in a movie, you shouldn't have a problem with somebody investing a few hours into a video game. But what if somebody invests upwards of 20 hours? Okay, let's just say he means that over the course of a few days. So what if somebody over the course of a few days invests 20 hours into watching movies? He's equally unproductive as a person who invests those 20 hours into video gaming. So it's not the video gaming, it's the amount of time spent on something that is leisure fun activities, which watching a movie is leisure fun activities. So the only thing that should be disputed is how much time do you spend on leisure, regardless of what you're doing during that leisure. You could spend that time just watching paint dry. If that's what you enjoy to do for your leisure time, okay, how much leisure time do you have? If he's okay with somebody's taking I'm just going to assume 2 hours a day. At the end of the day, you put on a movie and you watch 2 hours or whatever. Every other day, you watch a 2-hour movie. If that's okay, then break down how much time you think people should spend on, leisure feel good activities. That's really the question, not to video game or not to video game or not to video game. That part isn't the question. That's not the debate. The debate is the amount of time. Now, if somebody can legit say, yeah, I spend 10 hours a day on a video game and I'm good with it, then yeah, I side eye that, because man, so much can get done. So much can get done with that in that amount of time. So in that sense, yes, I would agree with the gentleman. But if somebody says, hey, after my, 10-hour or so work day, when I'm normally completely done with everything about 9 o'clock, I normally put in a movie, hour and a half to 2 hours, and watch it and chill. If somebody also says, yeah, after my long day, I normally kick back, chill, play video games till I get tired and then go to sleep. No problem with that. So again, most of the things that they live out there against men, a lot of it is straw man. Educated lame, uneducated lame in the building says the repercussion from feminism may be only thing can kill the unjust and unfair system of family forward, aka divorcing and taking half. The repercussion from feminism may be only thing, I think he means may be the only thing that can kill the unjust, unfair system of family court, aka divorcing and taking half. Don't exactly know. I mean, I understand what you mean, that the court is unfair and unjust and it sides towards women. I know that. Yeah, I mean, that's obvious, but I don't know the repercussion. Are you saying, so you're saying feminism is causing problems and the repercussion will be that they will take that away? Yeah, I think it's a lot of steps in the equation before we get all the way to them actually taking that away. Me and Zero actually talked about some of those steps in the 12-hour marathon, where if getting the laws changed, there's an analogy that I gave. Let's just say if getting the laws changed was a football field that's 100 yards long, it's a lot of people, and Zero was one of them, who was essentially saying that, all the stuff that Kevin Samuels is doing is not getting us to the place of, taking back the power or taking the power away from women or stripping women of their power. But I pointed out that, okay, if stripping them of their power is changing the laws, and if that's a 100-yard football field, wouldn't, for the first time, a major media platform that's getting anywhere from, 5 to 10 million views per week, breaking down and surgically picking apart all the flaws and bad outcomes of every decision that was made in the name of feminism, and every decision that modern women are now making on autopilot right now, not even thinking about it, surgically picking apart everything that's wrong with that right there live in real time, with them exposing their bad outcomes and how they don't like their bad outcomes. If it's a 100-yard football field, maybe a media platform that's getting millions of views exposing that, maybe that's just the first 5 yards of the fight. So that's why I think no matter where you're at on this thing, you should be okay with Kevin Samuels is doing. You really should be okay with Fresh and Fit is doing. Any major media platform that's blowing up and getting that big and getting that many views, it either has a million or trending towards a million. We should all be okay with it, because that has never happened. There's never happened a platform that says the type of things that we say, being that big, and not just all those women are watching it, but men are watching it. There's so many people talk about, them women ain't gonna change. Just think about how many men he's red pilling. Think about how many men Fresh and Fit are red pilling. They're bigger than the close-knit community that we have here, where sometimes it's like we're preaching to the choir or resetting arguments or whatever. No, they got new people coming in every day, every week. They're just constantly red pilling the men of the world. So, and also kicking the women in the nuts too about their bad ideas. So if I'm saying, if it's a 100-yard football field, got 100 yards to go, if you're getting the laws changed is the touchdown, okay, what's happening right there with Kevin Samuels? What's happening right there with Fresh and Fit? What's happening right there with this whole community growing the way that it's growing, where men are saying the things that we're saying and having the conversations that we're having, where the world is being red pilled? That's probably just the first 5 yards of that fight. So I think everybody should be good with it, regardless of how it came about, regardless of how, what they had to do to get the yards. Like I said, Kevin Samuels infiltrated Vagina Vision Media, and he's moving closer to the touchdown. So I don't care how. I don't care about the who, what, when, why, where. It's happening. That's what I care about. Wizard X in the building says, this is liberal feminism, conservative feminism, rejects some of these beliefs and prefers traditional values. Look up Judith Stacy for a reference. I think that person is going to be referenced. Liberal feminism, conservative feminism. I think, was that you that super chatted that before and we didn't know what the hell he was talking about? Because somebody super chatted about conservative feminism. And he's like, that's a thing? What is that? Appreciate the super chat. Also appreciate Theo. I haven't read it, Theo. Let's see if it's about these dogs. No, just playing. I love Chewbacca. He's awesome. No. I saw the okay. I don't even think this is Theo. Theo, is this really you? Yeah, Jack Nickelback. When Jack Nickelback says there is no good feminism, I think that's what Wizard X was trying to say, that it's some good feminism. Theo, I need a yes. Oh, Theo, come on, man. What's going on here? Okay. Chewbacca has WND. Wild nigga disease. Is that wild nigga disease? WND, is that wild nigga disease? Okay. So Chewbacca has wild nigga disease. All right. Many women can't handle men using men's money for his own happiness. I had to learn this myself. I'm still super happy. My you got a BMW? Pretty cool. My BMW is for me. Men, play your games as you want. She will still be a thought. If you missed the video that me and Theo did together, it was called something along the lines of, I was homeless while making $15K a month because of simping. That is required viewing. That's like the simp tales. That's like the Titanic, or that's the Titanic of simp tales, simp stories. Shout out to Solo TV 84. But yeah, that was a doozy. Required viewing. Definitely got to watch that. A story that happened on the 12-hour marathon that's required. Men should just know this story. Karl Anthony Towns, WNBA player, 7-foot center, one of the best players in the NBA. I think he's a top 10 player in the NBA. He met a chick at a club. 2 months, he was already engaged, ready to marry her. Jimmy Butler, his teammate, said, "Don't do it." He's like, "No, man, I love her. I love my baby mama. I never let her go." But it wasn't his baby mama though. But he still loved her and would never let her go. Jimmy Butler was like, "Do not marry this thought." And so Jimmy Butler, his teammate, went and had sex with her and came back and told him like, "Hey, I fucked your girl." And he's like, "What? You did what?" He's like, No, bruh. I did you a favor so you will know not to marry her. But she gave up the shout out to MTR, the viscous innards to, at the time, really a lesser NBA player. Right now, Jimmy Butler is probably higher up than Karl Anthony Towns, because Jimmy Butler, went to the finals, almost won a championship, almost led a team to a championship. But at the time, Jimmy Butler was lower ranking than Karl Anthony Towns in terms of NBA status. But he still smashed his fiance in an attempt to just let him know that, bro, don't marry her. I said every man who's thinking about getting married should find the tallest jawlineiest guy he could possibly find, pay him $200 to go take an attempt at smashing your fiance. If he succeeds, because if he doesn't succeed, he just walks away with the 200. But if he succeeds, there's like another 1,500 on the back end if he succeeds, because you want him to put in his best effort. You want him trying as hard as possible. So Find the tallest, jawlineiest guy you could possibly find and pay him to try to smash your fiance. And if he succeeds, then you know. But pay him $200 up front, just enough to get him motivated. But say there's another $1,500 on the back end if you succeed. So that way, you know, he ain't just go walk up to her and just say some stupid shit and be like, she rejected me. No, you want him really trying. You want him to give his best game. Shout out to Zero for telling me that story. Oh, I'm sorry, Zero TM. That was the best story ever. All men should know that story. We need to create a private organization where we silently recruit very tall, jawliney guys. This is a secret organization. Women can't know about it, even though if they're listening right now, they're finding out about it. But it's be a secret organization where we just hire the guys, hire them like hitmen to go and smash fiancés. Should they succeed, one, you pay them their money and then thank them, and then you move on with your life. That is what we must do to stop men from marrying the wrong woman. Or they could just vet better. But they could get their they can be veterinarians. But no, but serious. But no, thank you for the super chat, Theo. Appreciate you. And I know you're part of the $10 Nation. I'm about to get back into the video.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything.
Theo, you legit need to. Well, no, I ain't gonna tell you that. Push one in the chat if Theo should use that $50,000 a month he make. Just pinch $40 off of it and buy some viscous innards, or should he just stay MGTOW monking it until he finds the one? 2, if you think he should MGTOW monk it until he finds the one, or push 1 in the chat if you think he should just pinch $40 off of his $50,000 a month salary and buy some viscous innards once a month. 1 for bite a snatch, 2 for keep MGTOW monking it till you find the one. Sorry, Theo. King the Dango said 3, therapy. Theo, I think Theo already went to therapy. Cut it out. No, Jack Nickelback said find the one overseas. No, that's the game plan. That's the game plan. You're going to find the one. She more than likely will be from overseas. He's already talking to some a candidate or 2 overseas. Yeah, Theo already had therapy. Theo is cool. He don't need therapy. He don't need help. He good. But while waiting to find the one, and because he's so free of it, he works hard. He makes $50,000 a month. I'm just saying, pinch $40 off once a month and purchase some viscous innards. I'm seeing more ones. Yeah, I think you need to make a couple purchases while he's vetting these women. Viscous innards. Shout out to Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews on that. All right, there I said it in the building. He says business-minded black men are extremely frugal. I don't know about that. Frugal with money, yet untold building men donate daily to this space. This speaks louder than any of you brothers. Business-minded black men are extremely frugal. I don't necessarily think that that's accurate. Yet untold building black men donate daily to this space. Are you hating on the super chat game? Are you hating on brothers contributing to this space? Are you hating on brothers supporting media platforms that speak to their values, so to speak? Or would you rather them pay $200 a month to DirecTV, or pinch off a portion of their money and pay for the type of media that they think is beneficial? That is a telling statement on your part, though. Now you're on the no-fly list. Wizard X in the building says Judith's assessment of the new conservative feminism. I do not think she is one, though. Mainstream femme, aka lib femme, has gone far left, so more conservative femme will grow. I think you should go with the term a not extreme feminist or a moderate feminist. I don't know if conservative feminist is something that you should even put together. I think that's a spin move right there, saying conservative feminist. We can swallow the notion that some feminists are more extreme than others. Like that's an easy through line. We see that. They're all not with purple hair on college campuses, yelling at Jordan Peterson when he comes to speak. Like we obviously know that that's not the bulk of them. Like we get that. We get that quite simply, quite easily. But I don't know what you're reaching for when you're talking about conservative feminism. It sounds like a spin move. That sounds like a way to try to get unsuspecting people and or women and or men to still vote for and support the feminist nonsense while not wearing the label of feminism. I think that's all that is.
I don't believe something called feminism can truly be about both genders equally. As someone who regularly talks to a feminist who actually studied sociology and now writes articles for a website, paraphrasing the words, but feminism isn't for equality. It is for women's rights, and women's rights only.
Agreed with that statement. It's not for equality, it's for women's rights and women's rights only. But the only part I disagree with is what rights don't women have that they need to obtain. So it's for women gaining upper hand and women gaining upper hand only, not rights. So that's the first part of that I can agree with. As someone who regularly talks to feminists who actually study sociology and now writes articles for a website, paraphrasing the words, but feminism isn't equality. Agree. It is for I would say it's for women to gain an upper hand and women to gain an upper hand only, instead of for women's rights and women's rights only.
Factually, feminism has several times worked against men's rights. We all know the minority doesn't define the majority, but when Erin Pizzey, the feminist who started the first and now the biggest domestic violence shelter for women, she also said that violence goes both ways and at pretty much the same rate. Because of that opinion, she was kicked out of the shelter she started and got death threats from feminists years later. There's nothing wrong with being feminist. But let's not brand it as something it isn't. Someone who actually advocates for men's rights usually gets branded as sexist.
Wait a minute. Okay. It's saying that she got basically kicked out of the club for simply pointing out that violence goes both ways. Let me make sure I read that right. The feminist who started the first and now biggest domestic violence shelter for women. She also said that violence goes both ways and pretty much at the same rate. Because of that opinion, she was kicked out of the shelter she started and got death threats from feminists last year. How could you make that statement and then turn around and then say there's nothing wrong with being feminist, but let's not brand it as something it isn't? But your previous statement up here proves that it is What we're saying that it is, if somebody can make a fair statement and then get kicked out of the organization that they started for making a fair statement. Like, I can see if their position is that yes, violence goes both ways and it happens pretty much at the same rate, but our particular organization is about protecting women. If someone wants to make an organization to protect men, they are free to do that, but women are our focus. That's the correct response, not kicking a woman out for pointing out a fact, but the fact that she pointed out a fact and you kicked her out, that furthermore shows that it shows, hold on. It shows, wait for it. The fact that they kicked her out, it shows that.
But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
That's what it shows. That clip right there.
But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
That is typically used for the broke down women. But I gotta make an exception today. I gotta make an exception today. It's very applicable here as well. TBE Trucking in the building with a really good point. He says, what do you think the women on Fox News are? They're conservative women, but I don't know how feminist they are. We'll put it like this. If you ask them, and like shout out to Zero on this, because this is the crux of his argument. This is the strength of his argument, of his main argument. Well, I don't want to call it his main argument because he makes a lot of points, but this is definitely the strong point, because even if you go to the Fox News women who speak all of that conservative stuff, you'd be like, hey, everything you said right there is great. All right, high five, fist in the air. Yeah, okay. Are you willing to change the marriage laws? It's going to be some word salad. It's going to be some word salad. Shout out to Little Big Nate in the building. But it's going to be some word salad down once it comes to that. It is. So it's almost like they're conservative. I'm by your side. I fight beside you. Oh, no, not beside you. I fight behind you because I should be behind you. Great. Do you want to give up the power? Oh, well, you see what had happened was, so yeah. Fair point. Fair point. There, I said it in the building. LOL, building black men have our money tied up in investments, Bitcoin, real estate, etc. Yet we donate. Kudos to you for milking another super chat out of me. Trying not to be petty or overreact, but I mean, look, man. It's no other way. I don't know how else to look at this, but you're basically trying to say that if you support the manosphere, then you're not a black man who's building in on your purpose. Like, that's a block-worthy statement, because you're basically trying to remove. You're basically trying to. You're trying. It's like you're sitting outside the building. Shout out to Little Big Nate with this analogy. It's like you're sitting outside the building with a gasoline and a match trying to burn it down, but your match is not working, but you still got gasoline in the match. And shit, we just sit there and be like, oh, well, his little match, his matches ain't working, so he ain't gonna burn it down. But that's what you're trying to do, man. So that is a send you on your way super chat that I tried to be patient with. I'm just gonna send you on your way, bro. I'm gonna send you on your way so you don't got to be bothered. We're trying to convince people not to support not to support the manosphere. That's essentially what you're doing. So I'm gonna send you on your way. I'm gonna send you on your way. All right. All right, back at it. I was patient. Tried to reason with him, but all right. All right.
The whole alpha/beta BS is just horoscopes for men.
I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with this one. But not really. But it depends on how you define alpha and beta. But it's kind of ill-defined in so many different definitions that it does just turn into, I don't know, just a clusterfuck of whatever. That's why I don't use the term. I don't use the terms.
It's pretty cringe, to be honest. Most of these alphas are not even leadership type ever. Being a dickhead to those around you to establish dominance makes you look like a child on the playground.
But in the manosphere, quite often it's, if women find you sexually attractive or give you sexual access, then that makes you alpha. That's normally what it is around here. Shout out to Ron Wills. I do like that he took the alpha and beta out of it and then just used select or non-select. That's a better term that makes more sense. That's because I'm not even trying to get far up field with this, but there are men who just don't walk around with alpha energy, sexual selectness oozing out of them, but they're clearly leaders of men and producers and builders in society that has created great things. And because of that, yeah, women will definitely be with them, but I would consider that an alpha. I don't necessarily consider it alpha that you're sexually select, but something is alpha about that if the game that you're competing in is who can get the most pussy. If that's the game, then you're winning at that game and you are the alpha at that game. So, but I don't know. But anyway, I think it's an overused term, and I respect it as some people use it, and I understand that some people have even attached it to their brand to some degree. So I get it in that regard as well. Shout out to Book of Alpha, BOA. I'm messing up his name, Alpha Ramani. Yeah, I think I said it right. I apologize for botching that brother's name. He's definitely a mover and shaker in this space. He was on Ramil's the other day. Well, he wasn't the featured guest. Lucario was, but he jumped up there for a brief moment and said some definitely moved the conversation. I'll say that. So shout out to him. But I'm sitting here botching his name. I really don't watch his content. Don't know that much about him, but I know I hear his name so much. I know that he's somebody. Put it like that. But out of all the content that's out here, that's one that I'm subscribed to. I see his stuff pop up, but I haven't really dug in to really get what it is that he about and what he talks about. So I can't say that much about him, but shout out to him. He definitely is a major content creator in this space, and the word alpha does seem to be a part of his brand, as I can see just looking at his page and looking at everything. So there's that, but I don't like the term for my own reasons. And so when they said it's like horoscopes for men, I think I kind of understand where they're coming from.
There's zero foundation for it. Guys I've known who say their alphas are just so damn whiny that they get their way because nobody wants to listen to their whining.
That part I don't agree with. This is somebody who's probably a beta trying to typecast or stereotype men that he don't like as something else. So I can't necessarily go with him on this part of it, or her on this part of it.
Anyone that self-identifies as an alpha needs to get a little more self-awareness. Usually the most fragile wimp in the room.
That part I disagree with that too. So he self-identifies with as alpha. He's normally the most fragile wimp in the room. There's a tendency towards them getting a little what some people would call emotional. They get people who self-identify as alpha, they have a tendency to get triggered easy because they got a big ego. And if you do something to harm their ego, they're likely to snap on you because they just got a don't take no shit personality. Don't take no shit, don't take no prisoners. They have that type of personality. And so, yeah. So I think that's what he's referring to when he's saying they're whiny or insecure, or, you know, anyone self-identifies as alpha needs a little more self-awareness, usually the most fragile wimp in the room. That's why he's saying that they're fragile wimps, because they quick to snap and go off. That happens a lot with a lot of people who self-identify as alpha. But it also can be interpreted as they just, you know, just balls out, bold, and don't take no shit. You know, it could, so that could go either way. You know, that fine line between being bold and not taking no shit versus being somebody who get upset over any little thing. That's a tightrope walk to walk. That's a fine line. It's a fine line between those two things. So I think that's what he's trying to typecast all of them as, and I wouldn't exactly do that, but I think I understand where he's coming from, or she's coming from, because we don't know if a man or woman said this.
Wimp in the room. Having a positive thought about my wife seems to make the guys I work with cringe for some reason. My male friends always talk bad about their girlfriends to me and the other guys. In my opinion, they project their unhappiness onto others and are uncomfortable with the fact that some people actually have loving and enjoyable marriages.
Okay, that's BS. I don't think they're uncomfortable with the notion that some people actually have loving and enjoyable marriages. I think they just don't believe you, especially if you walk around and it's normally the guy who's pretty soft in other areas who say, hey, oh yeah, my wife is wonderful and everything is great and we don't have any problems and we absolutely, yep. Normally that guy. So it's like it's an understandable side eye. Like if you show me a guy who's masculine and in control, and you know, and he says, no, me and my wife are good. You know, we have our little small problems, but you know, for the most part, you know, she cool. She know when to back down. She know when, you know, shit, okay, don't overstep your bound, you know, she knows. If somebody describes it that way, I can believe it. But if somebody is just, you know, oh, she's wonderful, absolutely amazing, I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are talking about women and the problems with women. I have no idea. What problems with women? Yeah, we know you down there getting pots and pans thrown at you. Shut it, shut that shit up. You know, so like, so no, it's not that guys have a problem with people that say, yeah, I got a happy functioning marriage. It's the cap. We can smell the cap a mile away. And that's usually the issue.
Enjoyable marriages. You should feel shame about being a man-child. Playing video games is fine, but if you invest more energy into that than any other activity, then you have horrible priorities. A lot of young men today are slowly dying in their bedrooms because they're afraid of leaving their comfort zone. If all women have deemed a man undateable, then he should reflect on that and improve instead of becoming bitter.
Agreed with that statement. Agreed.
I'm not talking about people with full-time jobs and marriages. I'm talking about the guys with that are broke and have no marketable skills instead of improving their actual lives. I'm not saying anyone should revolve their life around women. But most people want to have a committed relationship at some point. And if someone isn't able to because their life is a mess in several key areas, that isn't a good thing.
All right, now, part of my problem with this, no problem with what was said right there, is that this is opinions that offends, what opinion offends men? You said something reasonable right there. Oh wow! Somebody said Theo said bullshit. That's making a man a tool for a woman. No, it's not. Let me do a re-listen on that. I'm gonna drop the link at this point, and we'll listen to some more of these together with a panel. I don't think nothing was said wrong right there, but let me re-examine it. Let me look at it one more time. I don't think they said anything wrong. They were referring to the guy. I'm not saying anyone should revolve their life around women. No. So once you say that, I'm good with it, but it could be some coded stuff in there. So I understand y'all side-eyeing it, but it says, but most people want to have committed relationships. I do believe that is true. Well, most people want to have a committed relationship at one point, which means right now you might not want to, but at some point you will want to. And if someone isn't able to because their life is a mess in several key areas, that isn't a good thing. It's nothing wrong with that statement because they pointed out before that it is a difference. It is a difference between somebody who has the options to be with somebody but choosing not to, and somebody who does not have the options because their life is completely a complete and total mess. Those are two different things. But I think some of y'all are responding to the first part. So let me see.
You should feel shame about being a man-child. Playing video.
You should feel shame about being a man-child. If you are a man-child, then yes, you should feel shame about that. But, okay, let's see.
Video games is fine, but if you invest more energy into that than any other activity, then you have horrible priorities.
I agree with that statement. Even somebody who plays video games all day, that same person still works 8 hours a day. Now, I'm sure they're not. And if that person somehow sleeps 8 hours a day, I can't sleep for 8 hours, but if that person somehow sleeps 8 hours a day, chances are he's not spending the whole remaining 8 hours on video games. So it's impossible to spend more time on that activity than anything else, because chances are in a 24-hour day, if you worked anywhere from 8 to 10 hours, chances are you're not going to be able to log 8 to 10 hours on a video game. So you are going to spend more time working and being productive. That much is true. Now, I'm personally of the belief that, yeah, you should definitely be doing something and building something and working towards something beyond just your work. But everybody don't do that. And I understand that.
A lot of young men today are slowly dying in their bedrooms because they're afraid of leaving their comfort zone. If all women have deemed a man undateable, then he should reflect on that and improve instead of becoming bitter.
Okay. This statement right here, are y'all saying y'all disagree with that one? If all women, all, hashtag not all, but if all women deem a man undateable, then he should reflect on that and improve instead of becoming bitter. Nothing wrong with that statement, even in understanding that, yeah, we do have a pretty crooked, lopsided dating market.
I'm not talking about people with full-time.
Theo, I'm shocked that you disagree with the statement that's being made, because you said, well, I see what you say, that the focus is still on women. Okay, but see, the thing is, Theo, you got up and made something of yourself to the point to where women a woman hopped up on the panel to shoot her shot at you. So if somebody is viewed as undateable and they have bad habits or no hobbies, or they're not doing anything to get themselves to the point of being somebody that would be considered dateable, you do got to look at it. I'm not saying that guy needs a woman in his life. I'm just saying that if he's undateable and he's bitter about it and he's not doing what you did, even though you didn't do it so you can become dateable, But if he's not doing what you did, if he's not working hard, if he's not building himself up, if he's staying stagnant in that bedroom while upset, yes, he does need to look at himself and do something. That is what I'm saying. Your focus more on the coded language of do it for a woman. And I understand that. But at the same time, they're talking about somebody who's doing nothing. And the doing nothing part is the part that I'm focused on. The doing nothing part is the part. Oh shit, I didn't have the screen up. I see y'all down there. I see y'all in the building. Shout out to Theo in the building. And Wizard X in the building. And give me 1 second. Let me tweak something on my camera. Hold on. And, 1 second. All right. Okay, Mr. City Test. I didn't have a StreamYard screen up for a while. Hold up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I probably didn't hear you at first.
Okay, I didn't. Cause I'm seeing myself on YouTube, but then I'm looking at StreamYards and I'm like, oh, I can't see myself. I didn't know if I was on or not.
All right, no, you're on, and you're good. I had to dot some I's and cross some T's. Now, I'm gonna back this up, and so it sounds like you had some disagreement with it. So let's we'll stop it at any point along the way. Hold on, any point that you want to stop it, we'll stop it there.
You should feel shame about being a man-child. Playing video games is fine, but if you invest more energy into that than any other activity, then you have horrible priorities. A lot of young men today are slowly dying in their bedrooms because they're afraid of leaving their comfort zone. If all women have deemed a man undateable, then he should reflect on that and improve instead of becoming bitter. I'm not talking about people with full...
Okay, so you have men actually committing suicide because of relationships with women. And you don't have any men committing suicide for playing video games. So right there, this is something, when I was going through cancer, this is something that I looked at very honestly. And I said, if a man wants to be in his bedroom, he's 25 to 30 years old, and he's in his bedroom, he only does enough work to buy video games and have food, and that's it, so be it. Because he's probably in a better emotional state than dating a lot of the women that are out there. And he can date later on. He can do it in his 40s, his 50s, but if that's where he needs to be right there in his life, so be it. I'm not gonna.
Okay. Why do you say that's where he needs to be in his life?
If he determines that's what he needs to do.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the disconnect, because what they were saying in here is that he hasn't determined that that's what he needs to do, because they said if he's bitter about it. Okay, well, it says, let me make sure
the point on here is, if all women have deemed a man undateable, why should he care? I mean, really, at that point, really, why should he care? Because if a guy commits suicide or a guy becomes homeless because of women, no one cares. No one at all.
No, I understand what you're saying, but when you finish reading it, it says, if all women have deemed a man undateable, then he should reflect on that. Okay, I get what you're saying. He doesn't necessarily have to reflect on that and improve. And it says, and improve instead of becoming bitter. So but hold on real quick. If he's not bitter while he's in his room playing his video games and doing his thing, if he's truly not bitter, if he's truly a happy camper, then he's okay. I agree. But I was starting from the premise of what they were laying out here, that this guy was bitter because of that.
Yeah, so I would change it like this. A lot of young men today are slowly dying in their bedrooms because they're afraid of leaving their comfort zone. If there's a possibility of them becoming bitter, they should reflect on that and improve. That's it. That's as far as women, zero.
Okay, take women out of the equation. If a man,
Totally gone.
All right, let me. I'm gonna read that again the way that you just said it. Okay, a lot of men today are slowly dying in their bedrooms because they're afraid of leaving their comfort zone. If they're getting more and more bitter while being in their bedroom, then they should figure out some way to improve upon that.
Yep.
Okay.
Because with a woman there, that means he's an object of women. I had to fundamentally go through this point. This was a big thing when I was like just hitting MGTOW, starting basic red pill, and understanding that I had self-worth and I had self-value independent of women. And this is something I personally had to look through and say, oh, Theo, you need to get rid of this because this is causing you death. You're ultimately looking for validation. This is a part of validation with women. And I was like, you have this took months and months of me doing self-reflection in order to get rid of this.
I think I see my blind spot now, because I've never said that to where I don't have self-worth or self-value without women, or my value and worth is based off how women view me. I've never had that problem. The only problem I had is getting married really young and being married through my 20s into my early 30s. My problem was I didn't, I felt here that word feel. I didn't feel like I knew who I was outside of that marriage to her, because I never got to fully become an adult by myself without her. But I didn't feel like my value, my worth as a human being or as a man was, completely based off what she thought. So maybe that's my blind spot here. And you're looking at it from the perspective of some guys, they actually think their worth and their value is tied to how women think of them. Therefore, if they don't meet the hurdle, the standard, or climb the mountain that women want them to climb, then they get bitter and upset and down. So,
because basically what you're saying is that
I can't personally relate to that one, but I understand that was your situation, your thought process, your psyche that you had to break away from.
So you were born in Zion, and I was born in the Matrix. So that's why I understand that I have to break through, and this is Matrix control here. Whereas you didn't have the problem. You might have other ones, but you could see it a little bit more, the world the way it was. That means you were outside the Matrix from the beginning.
When it comes to that, there were other things that I was in the Matrix on, and that's just female nature and how they operate, how they do. I was walking around thinking they were made of sugar and spice and everything nice and all of that, and I started learning that through my marriage that they're not like that. And then when I got away from her and started dealing with other women, I was like, oh damn, she's not even an anomaly. That was my awakening, my red pilling right there. But as far as feeling like my worth was tied to women and what they thought of me, I didn't have that problem. That's a separate issue. So good. See, good conversation. I understand where you're coming from, because when I look at the more incel black pill type of guy, I agree with a lot of the criticisms about them, but your unique perspective gives you add more layers to my understanding.
Because when we talked about the incel, I remember I was going through this myself, and I was like, I have friends. I remember I was like 38, 39 years old in grad school and had cancer, right? I had incel friends who were 26, 27 years old playing video games all day long. They were actually in a mentally better state than I was. And they didn't have relationships, but I did. And I was in that state because, ultimately, as this one person, like Boti focusing, because of my decisions that I made relative to women, I was suicidal. I was still checking myself on suicide. I had cancer. I had just been homeless. I was recovering from that. My life was a total mess. And I was impoverished. And this was because of my decisions that I made relative to women. And this was also based upon this gynocentric thinking that I had. Whereas the incels, they were just sitting there playing video games and they weren't worrying about killing themselves. I was.
Yeah,
So-
well, see, they were incels without the ideology,
Right.
and I think some people need to separate those two things. It's one thing for somebody to be an incel and it's descriptive, meaning that they would like to have some sex, but they're not exactly, they're not exactly getting it done or making it happen. That by definition is involuntarily celibate. Then there's the incel ideology, and that's what a lot of people think about when they think incel. They think about somebody who has this bitter hatred for women or fantasies of wanting to see women, hurt or harmed and all of that. That's where, that's where the ideology is something that I think we all could agree that's a problem. But if you're just from a descriptive standpoint, an incel, in that you are celibate, but you would like to get some ass, but you're celibate. That's a different thing.
Yeah, I have a question. I thought an incel, well, the incel thing was like more like I guess a group of people who are unable to attract women because they think women want like these these idealistic expectations, like you have to be 6 feet tall, a perfect chin and things like that. And overall, I heard, like, I was watching, I think it was a Vice or something.
Well, hold on, before you go forward, it was a problem with what you said. You said you thought an incel was someone who can't attract women,
who believe they can attract women because of those traits, because of what they believe women want. That's what I meant.
Well, you could stop after they can't attract women.
Yes,
that's what an incel essentially is. Now going forward, then it is almost like you gotta stop right there and then take a break and then talk about the reasons why, because the reasons why,
it's more like a mind state, because I ventured, like, I saw like some people on YouTube, like, man, this is dark, and like they think like these women want like all these certain things, like basically like a Ben Affleck or something, and like, man, this is like a disease. And
that's why I say some of that is their excuse not to try, and that's where somebody like Theo does a good job of differentiating. Is this person in a happy, healthy place? Is he happy and is he okay?
Yeah.
Or is he frustrated and angry and in danger of hurting himself or somebody else? That's really the dividing line of whether or not he's a problem and needs some help. But just a man just simply not getting no ass, that's not a state of emergency. But I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, so like I think it was some sort of, I think it was ABC or Vice or something like that, where they did like a short docu episode on incels and the black pill community, and like I think that the S rate is high because of this kind of mindset and the depression that follows it. So I just thought like that incel community is not really too sustaining, because I guess the end goal is probably most likely one's demise within that community.
You think the end goal is the demise?
I mean, well, the goal, I mean, not the goal, but the
outcome.
The outcome is most likely the S thing.
Huh.
Yeah, because they said like the S rates are very high within these communities.
Huh. What's your thoughts on well, Thea, have you like looked into or spent a significant amount of time paying attention to like the incel communities online and what the hell they talk about and all of that stuff?
I paid attention to it a little bit. I was more talking to them in real life. And I understood where they were coming from, but the standard I was going against was like ultimate, like death, or like ultimate destruction of your life. And I was saying, like, personally, I was saying, yeah, you need to improve yourself. And of course, like, most of these guys had no idea what like a manosphere was, or a male-based living. These guys were entirely gynocentric, blue pill, 100%, and it wasn't working for them. So I would try to get them into the manosphere because there they could actually get some sort of, like, basically a father figure. That's what they really needed. They needed father figures. None of these guys, these incels guys, had a strong father in their lives. And this was the main problem. So, okay, I mean, I understand it, but I would look at them and say, well, you might have that later, or you might acquire this later. So where you are right now, as long as you're not giving your life over to a woman, great. That's the worst thing you can do. But you need to get some sort of idea of yourself, and where that's going to be, I don't know. But if you're playing video games all day long, at least you're doing something. It's better than just looking at the walls or looking at porn. So, okay, I can take that. I don't go into their lives and tell them what to do. I would just respect it and say, I keep on walking.
All right. Zero says, I watch and talk to incel channel folks a lot. Insightful stuff. Well, what's insightful about it, Zero?
It is insightful. It really shows you a lot about what they're thinking and where they are. I also do this with Japan. I watch Japanese male incels quite a bit. And when I was in Japan, I did, but I wouldn't say I do it. I watch what they're doing. I watch what they're thinking, and they have their own problems as well, because they don't want to pay the price in society to be successful. They like to just have an easy life. And in one way, I don't blame them,
Well, I heard a guy say that do I want to live a happy life or my best possible life? But he understood, in order to live his best possible life, we was telling him, we was telling him some things, man. If you're kind of already working in this field, if you did A, B, C, and D, man, you'll be making so much money, but it would have took some work. Mm-hmm. And he was like, I really don't want to do that work. I just want to live a sufficient, just not insufficient, maybe not even be the right word. He just wanted to live a comfortable life. But at the same time, if he has some deficiencies that's preventing him from, getting a relationship with a woman, and he actually wants a relationship with a woman, then it's like, okay, do you want to improve those? Does having a relationship with a woman, is it worth more than you improving or doing whatever you do, improving yourself to get that relationship, if whatever is wrong with you is such a problem to where you can't get that thing that you actually want, you see? Because some people actually do want it, you see? They want that relationship. And if it's something that they want, then you can't say, no, you shouldn't want that. You see that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, but okay, so now my point is, again, this is red pill, is you're okay, we understand how the women think, right? We know they're not perfect. But not just that they're not perfect, my God, they can be dangerous and very destructive in life and society. And so those guys who are incels, they're protected from those kinds of situations. But the guy who's actually improving himself is more likely to be a target for one of these destructive women. And so the way I thought of it was, again, using red pill terminology or ideas, is the guy who's on the beach wanting to be a surfer. He has his dreams, but at least he's on the beach. He's okay. That guy who's getting in the water, he's starting to surf. He's starting to get better. He's starting to get better at it. He's having good. He's improving himself. That guy is the target of the shark, and the sharks are there. So the guy on the beach ultimately has no risk of a shark. And I kind of sat back about that, and I was like, oh, okay, so,
But the guy that's surfing, he's living, though.
Yeah,
one guy is surviving, the other guy is living.
But he could be eaten. It takes one false move, one mess up, and he's gone. The sharks are following him while he's living. So
All right.
I can't necessarily say to that guy on the beach that he's wrong. I'm like, yeah, all right, man. Okay, I mean, I understand it. I mean, I would, sometimes I go back to the beach too because I've had enough, like kind of like I am right now. Right, I go into the water a little bit, and I'm kind of thinking about it. Yeah, the beach guy is living too. I agree.
Well,
he's also living.
Well, for the sake of this analogy, he's not exactly. I mean, I don't know if you can say he's living too for the sake of the analogy, because it was talking about whether or not you want to be comfortable or do you want to live your best life. So if we define the beach as comfortable and the guy who's surfing on the beach is living the best possible life, then this I can't say that doesn't work to say he's living too. I mean, he's alive. He's alive. He's alive and he's comfortable. And if he's happy, Theo is saying he's okay being right there and happy.
Right.
That's what it's saying. Don't necessarily interrupt his happiness. But if he does want to get out there and surf, then yeah, he got to get up off the beach.
Right.
I mean, off the sand.
But ultimately, the only people who are going to die are the ones in the water, because those are the ones where the sharks are. And that's something I had to really think about. So I was like, yeah, I want to be back into the water, but I have to do it at some point. I have enough defenses to ensure that a shark can't easily eat me. And that was a big thought. Okay, how do I do that? Because the sharks aren't going to change, and the sharks are always going to think they're friendly and that they're like narwhal sharks, but they're still sharks.
Is the shark a female?
Heck yeah.
Okay. Well, for me, for my personal thing, I actually encountered a good female, but my challenge was that I saw this gynocentric view, and I didn't really have a strong father figure growing up. So I saw this gynocentric view. So I didn't really prioritize myself too much and I continued to make mistakes, and I didn't hold myself as a man should in my past, but through the manosphere and life lessons, I've been able to grow, and I've been able to recognize the importance of the man and I would say the patriarchy in reality, because people try to demonize the patriarchy, but in reality, it's very beneficial. And if we continue to try to shame it and say it's evil, we're going to have many lost men and boys.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you're here with that background. And I don't have the best background either. I mean, I had to figure this stuff out. I guess you want to go to the next part, right, Bernard?
Well, I'll pass it to Jack Nickelback and see what he wants to do before we move along to the next part of the video. Go ahead, Jack Nickelback. You got it.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Yeah, might have. I'm sorry, I'm kind of out of it by a few minutes because I was trying to get my mic and shit. But all right, I've been around the black pill and the incel spaces a lot because, as far as me, I'm always trying to figure out society and shit. So it's really relevant because they're like, those are basically your children. But for one thing, just to straighten out the definition, as far as incel, that technically means somebody who can't get sex despite trying for a period of more than 6 months. And that's the end of the story. It's not an ideology, it's a sexual state. Now you can call the black pill an ideology. Yeah, you can call the black pill an ideology. That's fine. It's equivalent to red pill. And as far as incels all being black pill, that's not true at all, because
no, they're not.
One, you have a lot of black pill people that have sex. You have a lot of black people that had a lot, but also like your soy feminist with the pussy hat on. Mm-hmm. You think he's getting any pussy?
Maybe.
Shit, maybe not. Some of the worst Sims out there and the worst feminists are probably fucking incels. Those people are all over. So you can't just put it under, he must think this sort of certain way because he doesn't get. No, there's all sorts of
Yeah, no, I had made the point to clear that up because some people look at incel as it's an ideology, a thought process. I heard somebody try to explain it to me like that, and I'm like, no. And in the first incel I met, he very possibly wasn't familiar with the term. You know, he just was somebody who hadn't had sex in 2 years, and he wanted to have sex. He wanted to
once you place it under that label and realize how broadly you can apply it, then it kind of clears up.
Okay,
yeah.
I used to black.
I did want to clear that up because I want to make sure that if we're speaking kind words about incels, I just want to make it sure that we're people for the layman or the person who misses the point on purpose, or some people who legitimately just doesn't understand. I wanted to make it clear that we are not speaking kind words about the people with some, crazy, want to cause harm to women, mass shooter ideology. We want to make sure that ain't what we're talking about.
No,
we're just talking about people who, as he said, he put it at 6 months, and that's fine. I mean, 6 months. I think I always say, like, see, I don't go with 6 months because, I mean,
the original definition that everybody went with from the actual girl that made the term, from my understanding, it was 6 months. That was it.
I mean, hell, I've had a drought of a few months. I mean,
well, then you were an incel. No,
few?
that you were technically an incel at that point. You might have came out of it.
Well, then I thought you said 6 months. I said a few. Few is 3.
Oh, all right. I thought you said more than that, but
no, I
thought you said 2 years or some shit. But.
No, I didn't say 2 years. I said a few months. Damn.
So
you heard that way wrong.
My bad shit.
I was talking about 2 years. No, I was talking about 2 years when I said a guy that I knew. When I said a guy that I knew, I was talking about 2 years. But no, for me, that's where I said it can get tricky because
it doesn't necessarily mean a virgin. It could be as simple as somebody in a drought.
Exactly, but how long does the drought last before we call it an incel? I don't know if I would call a 6 month drought an incel. I normally say once it gets in 1 year territory, like it's closing in on a year, then yeah, it might be time to start examining it that way. But droughts happen. Droughts happen.
So one question: an incel is someone who's actively trying to get laid, but they can't for a long period of time. But the black pill is actually the ideology that all that dangerous and self-harm stuff is associated with the negative. I mean, I don't know, with
guys, let me comment on this one. Black pill is associated with nihilism. There's no real difference between black pill and nihilism. Nihilism's been an ideology for a long time. I studied nihilism quite a lot regarding 19th century Russian literature and Dostoevsky. So nihilism is its own thought. It happens to be black pill. It's people who recognize that ultimately in life there is no meaning. Like, you're gonna die anyway, so who cares? That's what nihilism and black pill is. So you could be, it's just a way of thinking, and you have to get over it and say, yes, that's true, but today I'm gonna live. I'm gonna do something. And it takes a while to get back into that mindset once you really face nihilism. There's some people who are nihilism or black pill, but some people really go into it. That's fine. That's their journey. They need to go through it. They go through it. Incel is somebody, again, who wants to get laid over a certain amount of time, but can't. I mean, there's various reasons for this. I know a lot of programmers who are incels. I mean, hundreds of them. And they're making good money, like over $100,000 a year, and they're incels. That's because they only want to date a certain kind of woman from India. They only want to date her in a certain way, and they can't get access to those women where they are in India or where they are in the United States. And they have their standards, and they're not going to change their standards. So they're not.
That's kind of voluntary. That's kind of voluntarily.
Around the black pill communities, those be called vogue cells because they have options. They're just not taking them. Like, okay, I'm not gonna fuck somebody unless they're fucking, I don't know, prime Janet Jackson. Like, no, you're not an incel. You just don't like what you can get. Get the fuck out. Like, that's
okay. So
this
is very.
Well, hold on. Wait. Shout out to Zero real quick. He says there's no month time span or any qualifier of 6 to whatever months. Well, okay, so if Zero,
that's what the original definition was, as far as I understand.
Well, bro, I mean,
my bad. Sorry.
So Zero, if you fail to attract a woman in in 72 hours. You try as you might in the next 72 hours. If you can't attract a woman, then that would make you a incel. Based off the logic of what you're saying, there's no month time span or any qualifier of 6 to whatever months. Is down to if you can attract women to have sex or not. That means if somebody ever attracted women to have sex, but then they go 2 years without doing it, then okay, they would qualify as an incel. You have to put a time on it because okay, if somebody goes a week, even if they was going out every day that week, but they failed, then based off your definition, they would fall into some type of incel category. Let's not play dumb. If you are on the scale of Vern Troyer without the fame and money, you're likely an incel. Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
It's basically chronic sexlessness despite your attempts at otherwise. That's basically the concept we get here. So how long that should be for people, different people disagree and agree on different times, but yeah, I'm not exactly disagreeing with zero at all. That's basically conceptually it.
All right, this wasn't supposed to be the incel show, but we stumbled across that with this this Reddit comment. We stumbled across it. So, but let's roll. We're gonna go to the next one.
Time, jobs, and marriages. I'm talking about the guys with that are broke and have no marketable skills instead of improving their actual lives. I'm not saying anyone should revolve their life around women, but most people want to have a committed relationship at some point. And if someone isn't able to because their life is a mess in several key areas, that isn't a good thing.
Stop.
There's nothing wrong with being in a period.
Stop. Okay, so I want to go right into this because this is BS. This is more focused on women. And what this is, again, they're saying, oh, not about women or not about people who have jobs, which is basically saying not with people who have resources that women want. We're not going to talk about them. We're only going to talk about these other people who don't have resources that women want because we want them to be groomed and get resources that women want so that they can participate in wealth transfer and give their money over to women. They can be something that's useful to women. This is dangerous. And also, they said also here, but most people want to have a committed relationship at some point. No, this is what that's really going on is, what this person's really saying is, don't men want to give their money and resources to women at some point? Isn't that a goal? That's it. That's what that's going on here.
I'll let you have the last word on that one because I want to go on. This is the last thing they're saying about this. I want to go on to the next one. I don't even think I know exactly what the next one is. I don't think I've seen the video beyond this point.
Of your life where you focus on yourself and don't feel the need to date. But if one couldn't date even if they wanted to, that's a problem. Not only is that a problem.
Wait, hold on. Now we're going to stop. It says, but if one couldn't date even if they wanted to, that's a problem. Do you agree that that's a problem? They want to date, but they can't because there's so many undesirable things about them.
So
Theo,
basically,
do you think that's a problem?
Yeah, that is a problem. But
all right, and that's the perspective that I tend to look at this. But I see that you got a different experience to take it from a different angle. But I tend to look at it that, yeah, he wants to date, but he can't. And if you can't do something that you want to do, but it's feasible if you did A, B, and C, then that's where I'll say, then yeah, you should do A, B, and C. But you understand.
Let me explain it. Okay, let me explain it. If he wants to date, but he's coming at it from a gynocentric point of view, that's dangerous.
I agree.
If he wants to date, but he can't, but he's coming at it from a red pill point of view, he needs further training and to understand he needs to improve himself. So we need to talk about that as men and try to figure out where he needs to level up. But if it's coming from a gynocentric point of view, that means he's already coming in from thinking that he's an object, or his validation is coming from women. So if he can't date, he has low self-esteem because he's not getting that validation through the validation from women through the dating. Then we have a problem. This is the beginning of someone being potentially suicidal. So,
yep. No, I agree with that one. I agree with that.
That isn't a choice on their end. Never frame limitations as a choice.
This incredible personally.
I agree with that statement that was made right there. Don't try to frame your limitations as a choice. I agree
Many
with
men
that.
cause most
Oh, wait, go ahead.
of their own problems but blame women for them. Can't get girls? It's women's fault. Can't express your emotions? It's women's fault.
Okay, now they back on some bullshit. They're not even making debatable statements right there. Many
Yeah.
men cause most what is that? Many men cause most of their problems. I think we generally agree that men cause most of their problems, but then he says, but they blame women for them. That I don't that I disagree with. And that's the manosphere gets charged up with that, blaming problems on women, as if talking about problems between men and women from a male perspective and highlighting the things that women do that every other brand of media sweeps under the rug and pretends like it doesn't happen. When men do that, oh, y'all blaming all y'all problems on women. That's a spin move that they do to try to shame us into silence.
Mm-hmm.
It's overlooked
100%
by
agree.
way too many dudes nowadays. I'll see them in a comment section denying toxic masculinity exists. Then go on a rant about how society or women make it so that we shouldn't express our emotions.
I've never heard a guy complain about that.
I'm kind of lost.
Say, yeah. See, now they're just throwing bullshit out there. They're saying that men will. You say, I'll see them in a comment section denying toxic masculinity exists. That part, yeah. There's a lot of men who say that the whole concept of toxic masculinity is some bullshit. So yeah, we with that. At least I'm with that. That there's many aspects of what they call toxic masculinity is bullshit. But then they go forward and say, then go on a rant about how society or women make it so that we shouldn't express our emotions. I don't see men complaining about not being able to express their emotions. Like what?
This is a guy who's gynocentric, blue pill, in the matrix, but starting to become aware, and he doesn't know in which direction to go. So he's actually making a gynocentric based complaint as a male, because that's where he's starting from.
Mm-hmm. Wizard X, you got something on this one?
No, I'm just listening. I'm just listening on this one.
All right, go ahead, Jack Nickelback, if you wanted to comment thus far. I can roll the tape.
Yeah, the nigga just saw it. That's about it.
Well, we don't know if it's a man because these are random comments that came from Reddit. It could be a woman typing some of this stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, but if it's that passionate, it's usually the dudes who are like the worst kind of feminists, man.
No,
Sadly.
there are guys who think this way. There are white liberals who think this way, and they would make this kind of complaint. I have friends who would talk this way, and I mean, again, you guys want me to completely transparent. I, in my 30s, would have at least said something like this at least once before all the crap happened to me. So, yeah, this is liberal thinking.
The last couple of times I've been told to be a man was by other dudes. Most women I know, especially the more feminist ones.
Oh, I guess that proves that a man did write this.
Don't really shame men for having emotions. They even want men to be more vulnerable. But somehow it's women's fault and not toxic masculinity.
Now, it is true that when, like that part where he said most women I know, especially the more feminist ones, don't really shame men for having emotions. Now, that is true. Feminists always say stuff like, yes, men should be more vulnerable when they should show their emotions, and they should be okay with crying in front, even if they got to cry in front of a woman. They'll say some bullshit like that. A chick was on Fresh and Fit just recently saying that. But the reality is, if a guy is showing just too much emotion, they know damn well they pussies dry right up. So they'll say that men should do that, but not their man. You know, they on some bull with that one.
Men cannot show their emotions whatsoever to women. Period. At all. Zero. Women's only result or only reaction is to do some sort of mummifying, like treat him like a mummy to him, or to humiliate him, or to objectify him, like emasculate, something like that. they don't really know how to deal with a man's emotional problem or environment. Men are truly on their own in this area.
I mean, people can't help their fucking instincts. It's like even BGS said, they can't even make themselves, feminists can't make women fall in love with the men they're trying to make. Like nobody wants to fuck a soul boy like that. It's not happening.
Yeah. Yeah, the type of men that they say, the way that they say men ought to be is the exact type of men that they don't want.
Yeah, and then they make incels. That's irony.
They make incels. Yeah, they do.
Wally D in the building says an alpha is a leader. By definition, women are attracted to the man who is the leader in the relationship, similar to a boss. Okay, generally agree with that. An alpha is a leader by definition, but some people don't exactly describe it like that. But I do agree that you alpha, you do got to be a leader. Women are attracted to the man who is the leader in a relationship. Yeah. True.
Yeah, that's true. They may not say it because they don't want to be shamed by others, but many of them secretly desire it.
They totally desire it. That's what they go for. They say one thing and then do another. I remember when I was 18 years old, and okay, this is manosphere. I'll say keep it honest. I was like, I shouldn't say this, but yeah, I'm gonna say it. So my mom basically blue pilled me, and my dad backed her up, and they just constantly reinformed blue pill, and like, okay, I'm supposed to be the nice guy supporting a boom, boom. And then my mom, off the cuff, talked about how she liked being humped and dominated by random men, particularly when she was in university. And I was looking at her, I was like, what? Like, are you what? And that was the first time that I saw it. Like, it was staring at me. And I was like, you taught me one way, but you're talking this way? Wait a minute. And what could I do? Like, I had to go to university. There wasn't anything more. So they say one thing and do another.
Man, I'll explain it like this. I think I've talked about this before. It's a chick that I used to date. Like right now, she's full blown. She cut her hair off. She had real long hair when I messed with her, but she's one of those purple hair feminists right now. Like she got like short purple hair. That's what she is right now. But this was probably back in 2014 actually, to be exact. So wow, damn, that was 7 years ago. So 7 years ago, when she was still all the feminist then. It's just that she was younger and cared about her sexual market value then, so she grew her hair real long and was in shape. And now, right now she's gained weight and got purple hair right now. But but back when I was dealing with her, she was still a feminist all the same with the ideology. But listen, she would make a statement similar to what's being said right here, but sexually, man, the type of stuff that she liked, I mean, listen. Like she was into some of the most degrading female being dominated type of sex imaginable, but then still would mouth all this stuff, when she's talking. So that's how they are. That's how they get down. That's how they roll.
But, the conscious mind's going one way and the subconscious going another, and they can't maintain the contradiction.
Exactly.
So,
but
I'll comment on this. Let me make another one. So I'm gonna go back to my mom, because the chat section is gonna love this part. So my mom, like later on, admitted, like when she was in university during the 60s and early 70s, she got smashed by over 100 guys, and she was.
Hold on, wait. Your mom admitted that?
Oh yeah.
To you?
Yeah. To me.
How the hell does that conversation start?
That's for another stream. Okay. Anyway, she talked about the differences in the races. Like she would say, like Asian guys are this way, Latinos are this way, black guys this guy, and white guys are this way. And she actually knew from different areas how they were different sexually. And then she was looking at me, and she was like, "Why are you so conservative? Like, why don't you go out and get laid? Why aren't you like this alpha guy?" And I was looking at her and I was like, we grew up poor. We grew up not knowing where our food was going to come from. We grew up not being able to pay rent, mortgages. I paid my first 5 weeks of salary that I had when I was 10 years old, went to pay the electric bill. By the time I was 15, I paid mortgages for you guys. I studied, I devoted myself because I reject you. And I'm not going to be like you whatsoever. And you're just showing me that I shouldn't be like you at all because your choices that you made got me to be in this poverty in my childhood. And I was just looking at her like, again, I was thinking that in my head, couldn't say it because she's my mom. My dad was there and I couldn't do it. I'll just tell you guys in the chat, my dad knew that she had over 100 guys. They're boomers in the 60s. It's free love, everything. Anyway, so I made my choice, but she was showing me at that point that women, their sexual nature was actually very different from what they were actually saying. And what they had educated me was very different from what my mom actually did and the kind of life that she had. But I looked at it and I was like, I'm rejecting you. I refuse to go down your path because I see what it is and it's poverty and I'm not going to do it. No way. So my pants were zipped. I didn't do anything. There's no way.
All right, Zero, I'm about to pass the mic to you. You got to top that story. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not topping that shit.
Okay.
Damn, bro.
But no, I figured something prompted you to come up. So go ahead. What was on your mind?
Fuck. Where do I begin? So that article you're reading or whatever that is, the person that wrote that is negotiating. Like a lot of, I guess, red pill people do that shit where they go through raids and they try to negotiate by putting all the onus on men while at the same time breaking the first rule, which is putting your self ID, on pussy, because that's pretty much where this view is coming from. As long as you have that, you're gonna fail 100% of the time. That's what the whole MGTOW thing was all about, where the rule number one or tenet number one or whatever you want to call it, the first thing you have to do is not self-identify through pussy. Like the second you do that, you're gonna lose every single time. The person who wrote this article is coming from that perspective. Also, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Keep going.
Also, I saw a comment where somebody was talking about like an alpha's elite. No. Alphas are selfish as shit. They don't participate in society. What happens if every man in America knew how to fish, hunt, build houses, all that good shit, and be pretty competent, in medical arena? Why would they have any incentive to participate in society?
Yeah, men aren't really too good. Consumers. Women are better consumers in terms of the market.
Right, but thing is that alphas do not do society at all. Betas created society.
No.
That's an interesting
wait.
concept.
You have to elaborate more on that.
It's basic anthropology. Alphas are selfish. They don't even want to participate in child rearing. They just want to fuck and get bitches pregnant and hoard all the pussy. Have you ever seen gorillas?
Are they necessarily selfish? Like
yes. Alpha?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Let me ask them the questions.
They're not selfish out of malice.
I know, but you're speaking as if okay. Define an alpha, I guess.
So a typical alpha would be, so you have biological instincts that you have to override, and the only way you're going to override them is if you're forced to override them. People don't just override their biology just because they just wake up one day and do the shit. You're forced to. So what alphas do is they hoard all the pussy. So all the alphas hoard as many bitches that will go with them, and they propagate babies. They don't even participate in most of the child rearing until the child is old enough to work. And then the man takes the children out to work. This is how you hunt. This is how you do this. This is how you do that. That's what alphas. They don't participate in society the same way like betas cooperate. Alphas compete. They don't.
Okay, so you agree with? So it sounds like you agree with the definition of alpha. That's basically just the sexual sexual alpha, just the guy who's just fucking a lot of women. That's the alpha.
Sex is part of it, but it's also so. Back when people were like,
I have one question.
Smaller. Go for it.
What would you consider the Rockefellers, Bezos, Musk, those kind of individuals?
You're talking about modern society after economics became the equalizer of physical shit.
Yeah, that's a whole class discussion.
That has nothing to do with biology. People's biology has not changed in thousands of years, tens of thousands of years.
No,
not gonna override that.
Hold on. So it sounds like Zero rejects the more modern, evolved definition of alpha.
I don't reject it.
I tend to accept it. So I will look at somebody who, who's not that selfish sexual alpha type, but he's a leader. Damn, I'm gonna mute you up, Theo. You're like
look at Genghis Khan.
But hold on, real quick. The guy who's not some selfish sexual alpha, but he's still a leader of men. He built a great company and he's worth millions of dollars, and he leads that, and everybody essentially depends on the thing that he created. I view that as alpha, but would you say that's a modern, evolved?
It is modern and evolved. Let's just take our feelings out of this for a second.
Wait, then what would you consider Genghis Khan? Wasn't he?
Wait, hold on, wait. We already got clarity. He said it's a modern, evolved definition of alpha.
Let's take our feelings out of this for a second.
No, I know that, but Genghis Khan was before Christ. I think beast. I don't know how many.
Genghis was a war general,
and dude, that's just war rape.
Killing was his job.
Wait, and he built a great empire. He left, he left things for his family. Eventually, it dissolved. But wouldn't you because I'm kind of confused on this term. I've never heard of it before until now.
Okay, so I'm gonna start over. So if you look at people's biology, right? You literally have chemicals in your brain that make you do the things that you do. One of those things is, sexual propagation. And what alphas do is they hoard pussy and they don't share it. They compete with other alphas for whatever available pussy is there. As far as betas go, they're the people that are left out. They have to cooperate because they are forced to. Betas created society. The only way to get this is the primary reason why weaponry was created. It wasn't to kill, weaponry wasn't created for the sake of killing animals. It was created for the sake of killing people. Mm-hmm. Look at the sling, firearms, spears. All that shit those are war tools. Betas had to create weapons in order to kill off the fucking alphas because if they didn't, your society would simply be tribes, nothing but tribes. If you go to Africa right now today, there are still tribes that you can observe, and they operate in the same fashion that I'm talking about. Alphas hoard the pussy and betas are left out. You can't propagate because you got all the biggest, strongest, most rapiest dudes in the village who get everything. That's how this works. The modern definition of how alpha works is once the betas created society, there's a new paradigm, productivity and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So what makes you stronger? What makes you be able to rise up the chain in a modern society is money, primarily money. Money doesn't change your physical. Money changes nothing physical about you at all. At all. However, what you can do is you can use your money to force a woman to get with your program, which is what we talk about all the time. Mm-hmm. All the productivity shit. I mean, it's just cover for, forcing compliance of women. And there's nothing wrong with any of that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want your society, if you want a society, that's what you have to do. But as far as what we're talking about with this changing the guard, it doesn't change anything about the physical aspect of it. It just highlights it. So if you remove your I guess emotions about it or any type of personal feelings you have towards because you've grown up in a modern society, what you have to realize is that what we're doing right now is not like it's not a nature thing if all things are left alone, because economics is a man-made science. When people, I mean, don't listen to me, just go research the shit. Economics is a man-made science. However, economics is based on natural selection and competition, which is the same thing capitalism is based on. So all you got to realize is that if you take the modernism out of it, and realize that it really comes down to base instinct in biology, you'll have a much better time like processing how all this shit works. You'll understand that women aren't doing anything, I guess, collectively, quote unquote, malicious. Individually, sure. Collectively, no. They're just following programming that of hypergamy and I'm going to try and get the best genetic deal I possibly can. And men are doing the same thing, trying to get the best genetic deal they possibly can. We just do it in different ways. And sure, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, men have the right to exercise that ability to go for the best genetic deal possible, because we're the ones that build everything. Women are literally a liability to society the second they become pregnant. The second kids are born, they become a liability. So yeah, men do have a natural right of exercising their genetic deals or deal making. So men are right when they say that, but you still have to keep in mind that all women are trying to do is do the same thing. You just have more natural power than they do. And what we're doing is giving away our power in exchange to give them power.
But okay, well, this is my takeaway from this. When betas, as you say, built society because they had to, that was their only way to ultimately to get in the race, so to speak. That was the only way to get in. So, and now things have changed to where now it's not just like I'm alpha, I'm the biggest, strongest, rapiest guy and could hit somebody over the head with a club and then drag the woman off and take her in the cave and have my way with her. Since that's not the currency to get your genes into the gene pool, it's all kind of other stuff out there, as I mentioned before, like the guy who created the company and is leading the company and leading men. That became, technically the bigger, better currency. And I see this is probably why you get pushback to the niggas who don't have any modern beta skills,
right?
But they like, yeah, but I can get pussy from these bitches though. It's almost like they still in the Stone Age.
Yeah, because pussy is just pussy. There's no real point to just pussy. Like dudes who go for pussy for the sake of it, they're pretty much not participating in society. Even if the real participation in society requires that you do have kids and functional relationships. And the reason why betas did create society the way they did, because you have to have. If they kill off all the alphas, right, and then there's a number of betas left, and then they do the same thing the alphas do, there's going to be another group of men that kills them off.
Yeah, alpha is a relative term.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Who said that?
Jack Nickelback, the other black pill dude.
Yeah, it is relative.
Plus, Zero, isn't there also anthropological evidence of even hunter-gatherer societies today, like trading like their products, trading what they make in hunting and all that, like what 2 to 3 times as many calories as the female brings in, and trying to trade that for pussy, like basically ancient bartering for sexual access through production.
Yeah,
that's very old.
Well, apes are still doing that. I mean,
yeah, the paradigm is old. Even penguins engage in that.
Well, bonobos do that, yeah.
Well, yeah, I forgot which ones, if it was bonobos or chimpanzees, so I just said apes.
Yeah,
it might have been the chimps that in that experiment actually made a system of prostitution.
Yeah,
that was chimps.
It was bonobos.
Yeah, they taught chimps economics as well, and they engaged in prostitution right away. Penguins actually have been observed engaging in prostitution with pebbles.
I never understand.
Wait,
they didn't teach penguins that. They just
no. I mean, how did they teach the chimpanzees that?
Oh, so they gave them something of value, and they had like the researchers would have like what the apes wanted, like a fruit or whatever, something with sugar in it that they wanted to eat, and they couldn't get to it unless they gave the researcher a particular the item that the researcher gave them. So whatever items that they had, they learned that some items were more valuable than others because they would get a particular type of sweet that they liked. So over time, they understood that, hey, if this item is worth more than this item is worth more than this, because if I give the researcher this item, he's only going to give me this shit snack. If I give him this item, he'll give me the sugar snack. So I only want this item. And the female chimpanzees were also trained for the same thing, so they understood the value of these items. However, the researchers just, you do a control group where you give certain chimpanzees, the males, the item, and what they would do is what overrode even the sugar snack was pussy. So
they start giving away the item.
They would give away the item that got the sugar snack to the female in exchange for pussy.
I have a question.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Zero. Which item was worth $40?
You know what? Hey, hold on, DC. That's exactly where I was about to go. I was wondering, was it a situation where a guy had, 3 items in his hand and he tried to go get the pussy, but he gave her the lowest value item, and she looking like, hold on, my pussy worth more than that. You gotta give me the biggest thing, I wonder, did that actually happen? Like it was like negotiation where, the item that had the most value, that was the only one she would accept in exchange for her pussy, and he was like, nah, your pussy ain't worth that much. I'm about to use this to get my sugar snacks, and I could buy your pussy with what I got left. I wonder, was that thought process going on?
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that experiment, to be honest. I mean, that I'm pretty sure some interesting shit happened. Some apes probably wanted to hoard sugar snacks, or maybe they got into fights over who knows. Or I would love to have been a fly on the wall. I would love to see the control group where they gave the women the sugar snacks and what if they engaged the male process. I mean, I highly doubt it. I'm just saying I would love to see if they tried to control for that as well.
I think the women would use the items that had the value to buy their sugar snacks, and then since they had everything they needed, then they just get a pussy away for free for whoever they thought was the most alpha.
Yeah, maybe, but they
would do what women doing nowadays, not with women being able to make their own money. Now they just throw the pussy at whoever get them the wettest. But
maybe they controlled for that and then they didn't report it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. They discovered that and then they were like, "Ooh, let's not report this data.
Let's just keep this under wraps."
Hold on, real quick, GC, before you go. E Taylor 704 in the building says your mom really gave you some good game. He's referring to Theo and his mom having that discussion about all the guys she smashed, which is horrible. But you got to explain to us how y'all started that conversation one day. Not right now. We can do that later. Uneducated Lame in the building says this space and topics are important, necessary for Black men to come to express, discuss. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Useless Familiar says one might argue that traditionalism is a way for betas to get laid. There's some truth in that. Once a woman no longer need their resources, they are no longer wanted. Yeah, no, Zero, you said some interesting stuff, and then that you generally, I guess, from a biological standpoint, from a Darwinian standpoint, you do have to, I suppose, accept that the genetic way of what's considered alpha, that is a different thing from what we have evolved the definition to and included all kind of modern things into it. So, and I do definitely get what you're saying right there, but I can see that
modern things are good though.
I know those modern things are good, and that's why you have a disdain for the alpha niggas who still just talking like getting the pussy is the end all be all. But yeah, no, I got it. Game Changer, what specifically brought you up? You kind of just jumped in the conversation. I don't know if it was something specifically that you wanted to get out before you before we roll some more of the footage.
Actually I forgot, but I do want to respond to Zero's alpha beta thing. And I would often say that I don't really think that term should apply to humans, especially modern humans. But even prehistoric humans. The thing is that some species can't really work that way, and that is because they invented what's called jumping a nigga. And lions haven't really evolved to the point of I'm gonna jump a nigga. And gorillas haven't evolved to the point of I'm gonna jump this nigga. Humans have. Early in our evolutions, there was a chief human, a muscle-bound human that said, hey, fuck you, I'm gonna take all the pussy. And then, a bunch of other humans said, fuck you, I'm gonna jump your ass, nigga. And that during that part of our evolution, we learned to work together to whoop his alpha's ass. Like, that is a pivotal point. That is why we work together now to build pyramids, build society and civilizations and stuff like that. It's, and we become like organized, and then you have like the Roman legionnaires, and it's like, everybody puts the shield up at the same time, and this is Sparta and shit. That's why it stopped working a long time ago. It's because of the invention of jumping a nigga.
Right, but one of the things I clarified was the fact that we were forced to, like, it was by force. It's not like we naturally decided to jump a nigga. It was you experience so much pain from not being able to do what you want to do.
Exactly.
Because but you're forced to do it, because if you take away, being forced to do it, you don't jump a nigga. But you're right, man. Fucking humans are the only animals.
Yeah, I'm saying like lions haven't figured it out. Like it'll be like 8 lions just away with their head down, while the alpha lion is fucking their would-be bitches. They like, well, he is the alpha. Like, yeah, have y'all?
Well, yeah, y'all need to click up and go whoop Mufasa ass.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, one of the things gorillas do though to try and solidify the shit is the alpha gorilla will wake up every morning and beat the shit out of the betas that are there. Like he just whoop ass for breakfast. Like they literally get their ass whooped for breakfast. He wakes up and just goes, just a reminder, nigga, no pussy for you. Just starts beating his ass. And then throughout the day, that beta gorilla understands that no pussy for him. He does this every day. He wakes up and like gets his morning exercise by beating the shit out of the betas that just kind of linger around. That's what gorillas do. So maybe that's their way of preventing the jumping nigga.
Yeah, but I mean, like, did the other gorillas ever do a head count? Like, okay.
No.
On tomorrow morning's, see, that's the difference between humans. We can count. Like, on tomorrow morning's ass whooping, we're gonna jump a nigga. We're gonna jump a gorilla. Like,
yeah, the betas too busy competing with each other. They don't trust each other.
Oh, I guess that's why they beta. But
yeah, they haven't evolved to that point though. That's the most important thing. If they evolved enough and or had language to the point to where after they get their ass whipped in the morning, they can then go, around noon, regroup and make an organized effort and plan to corner the alpha dude and whoop his ass, and then they can go divvy up the women,
while they eating scraps and be like, hey, it's more of us than him.
Yeah. That's what the movie A Bug's Life was essentially about. Yeah, I think A Bug's Life was about that. Yeah, that's what A Bug's Life
is about that. And notice that there isn't an alpha ant is because they figured out, like, it's hell of us. And we could take down any species because of hell of us. We literally build ant civilizations and stuff, and we pretty much take out any other insect. So, don't fuck with ants.
Isn't that like the whole point of marriage as an institution to like stop this whole sexual competition? Yeah. Especially monogamy, because it's like, okay, now it's like sexual socialism. Okay, everybody has a piece, so everybody should feel a stake in society. So
Well, even Machiavelli, nigga Bible, shout out to Zero. He writes, "Don't fuck another man's wife," and he's talking about leadership, like don't fuck a peasant's wife and shit like that, because they will group up and jump a nigga or jump.
Yeah, well, he learned from other monarchs. I mean,
he learned from Cesare and stuff like that.
Yeah. Are notorious for fucking other people's wives.
Like they will gather up and jump at Prince. Like you will get jumped. So it's better to not do stuff like that. Just saying.
Yeah, that's even connected to terrorism. Like, there's a lot of it that's actually connected to places that have bride price, which is basically the amount of, like, I don't know, cows or sheep you had to give in order to have a wife. And people will literally go into a fucking terrorist group, like, I don't know, ISIS or Boko Haram. So like, oh, okay, now I can afford a wife, or now I can just fucking steal one. This shit is deep. Like, people don't give it enough credit.
Well, the thing about terrorists is that you can always bribe them with 71 virgins. Like, because they're doing it for their 70 virgins, all you have to do is offer 71, and you know they'll start snitching.
I mean, yeah, if you can.
Yeah, the problem is that you can't really find 71 virgins in America, but yeah.
Yeah, and I always thought, like, with a lot of terrorists that believe in not reincarnation, but like the afterlife being like this place where they go, you know, smash all the virgins. It's like, why don't you just threaten to shoot them in the dick?
Well, they get it back in the afterlife.
Yeah,
I thought they go to the afterlife.
Magical dick afterwards. Like, that's
okay. Because I thought you just go to the afterlife with whatever happened to you in the physical. Okay.
No, it's the immaculate penis. That's what's
immaculate.
But I mean, aren't they worried? Like, I mean, because 70 virgins, it means that these women died virgins. Like, they died like old women that nobody fucked ever. So, like, isn't that a bad thing?
I always ask the question: were these actual souls that were walking on Earth as actual people, or are they just like giving them, like, I guess the equivalent of just some computer generated virgins that they just out of just, you know, thin magical afterlife, you know, death, you know, or are these actual souls that were attached to a body? I've always wondered, in the whole scheme of what they're talking about, where does these 72 virgins come from?
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I think just the thought of 71 hymens is enough. You know, you just get to break 71 hymens. I think just the thought of that enough. Just everything else doesn't matter. Like when you try to break down anything after that is inconsequential. It's like just the thought of it is enough.
I don't look gift pussy in the mouth. I get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
and you know how fucked up it is. Like, so another like alpha thing, right? So monarchs, typical ancient monarchs, especially African niggas, fucking niggas. I gotta find that photo. I'm gonna send it to you over email, GC, and everybody on the panel. So ancient monarchs used to bury themselves with all of their hoes, even if the bitches was alive, even if they were perfect health. If I gotta go, all of y'all gotta go. Concubines, everybody gotta go with me.
Yeah. No, they did that because they believed that they would serve them in the afterlife. Sometimes they volunteered.
That's how pussy stingy these niggas is.
Well, I mean, they want it in the afterlife. Yeah, I mean, they believe that you come with me, like you follow me to the afterlife. I mean, but they took their brushes and go, like, it wasn't just that.
They took everything.
The terracotta warriors in China.
Yeah, they took everything. That's why they had their statues, and it's like, look, this is my shit. This is my shit. You know, they
don't believe in to death do us part shit. That's some bullshit.
Oh no, that's some new shit.
No. I mean, yeah, they death do us together. We still gonna hit it.
Now that ass I'm getting is eternal. That's the real king shit.
Yeah,
eternal pussy.
Do they at least mercy kill the chick before they bury her with her dead
I
guy?
have no idea. All I know is the photo that I dug up. It's like fucking mass grave shit, man. Everybody had to go.
Some cultures do, but many cultures, Romans even, they would kill themselves.
Oh yeah, Sati in India. That also.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta give Snuggles credit for this good joke. I know a woman who is a 30-year-old virgin, but she is Greek. That was a good one. That was a good one, Snuggles.
Yeah.
That's my big fat Greek wedding. If you
Oh no, I didn't see it. I was just thinking like
movie.
she's just anal, like. But
everybody shits on the Greeks. What is the old phrase? Was Greeks invented threesomes and Romans brought the women.
God damn.
Yeah, you know what? I just recently went and rewatched the 300. I hadn't seen it in a while, and then I got all back into it, and I went and watched a documentary on it, and I found out how gay they were, and now I just don't, I don't get
Bernard, you remember that part?
I don't get as inspired by the movie as much as I used to.
Hold on, Bernard, you remember that part in the movie where the dude was playing two flutes at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, true to life.
Enough said.
Back then, they were pretty weird. Like necrophilia and the pedo thing were allowed during those civilizations, especially in Greek and ancient Rome. So they're very weird.
Imagine how bored you got to be as a civilization when your favorite sport pastime is going to watch people fight wild animals.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't no YouTube back then. Like, what the fuck he gonna do?
Don't pretend like y'all wouldn't watch it.
I mean, but just imagine how fucked up. Your society reaches a point where you're just not satisfied with,
Nah.
MMA ain't shit.
They didn't have TV back then.
As much as y'all cap, they had life. Whatever you did last weekend, I could tell you what you didn't do. You didn't watch two people fight to death and then go home, fuck your wife and her slaves. You didn't do that. So no matter how much we watch Netflix, they watch people fight to the death and they have orgies. Like, they lived a life.
Each other.
Hey, I got a backup game changer on this. I think society went backward. I think society went backward.
Wow. Okay, wait a minute. You got to understand, back then there was a small amount of winners that was living the life.
Right.
Most people was living a life that we wouldn't want to live.
You pit the average nigga against the lion where you got a stick. I mean, the outcome ain't gonna be good.
No, okay. Yeah, they had slaves and they made those slaves gladiators. But I mean, they weren't like us. You weren't just born into it. If you lost the war and you found yourself in chains and you still had a fighting chance, it just so happens to be against a lion, that's still mercy, because you did just kill the homie and you did try to kill me. By all rights, I should kill you, but I'm going to give you a fighting chance with a lion. To me, that's fair. Honestly, to me, that's fair. It's like, listen, you just tried to kill me.
Right.
Like, you like, I don't play that shit in real life. Like, you just tried to kill me, but instead I'm going to capture you. So, hey, to me, that's a hell of a mercy.
I guess you can
right. It's just the fact that they made a public spectacle of it and they turned it into like TV. The ancient form of TV.
Yeah, exactly.
They built the fucking arena and everything.
We're a Roman jackass. Like,
yeah, they would also do it to the Christians too, and I guess Rome partly fell because of Christianity.
Yeah, now that was kind of messed up, like, because people were like born from parents who were Christian.
Oh shit.
All right, we might get back into this video, I guess.
Oh, my bad.
Well, no. It's good conversation. Well, not all of it, but most of it is great. No, I was just it got no. It was good. It was good. Wiley D in the building says, for example, on a soccer team, a natural alpha male would be the one who motivates. See, there he goes, trying to apply modern examples, which I've always done.
Niggas don't want to let that go.
I've always done that. I've always applied modern, examples to it. We've had long debates on that on a basketball team. Who's the alpha? Well, Steph Curry scored the most points, but Draymond Green is the one that bark at everybody and get them in order. We always have those kind of debates.
The modern paradigm is fine. Just keep in mind that your biology hasn't changed. That's all.
No, the modern paradigm ain't fine because there's no objective definition. That's why you can even have women redefining the shit.
That's a matter of us just bending the knee to pussy. I mean, but I mean the modern paradigm is I think it's fine. We just gotta you got to hold on to it. If you create these systems, follow the systems.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really that simple. You create the systems, follow the systems. If productivity is a system, follow the system.
All right. Well, let's see where we at.
Stop paying for OnlyFans, Patreon, and donating to skimpy streamers on Twitch. It's unhealthy and demeaning to men. Find a girl, treat her right. Stop this mentality that an e-girl will fall in love with you.
All right.
I agree with that.
Yeah, well, okay. They were right. They were right, and then they smuggled in. It's like they smuggled in the BS at the end.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what they always do.
like that part is different. But I mean, and this isn't a shot at people who use OnlyFans. I just watch Pornhub. I don't watch the free Pornhub. It's free.
Now, game changer, you don't understand. OnlyFans is about female acceptance and validation.
Yeah.
They're not paying for porn.
Oh,
they're paying so a woman says hi to them.
Oh, fuck that.
Or
No.
They're paying for pieces of the GFE. Y'all remember when me and MOT when they found the fucking texting and snuggle sites, snuggle and cuddle services, and fucking texting services. Like men are out here paying for pieces of girlfriend experience.
Yeah, OnlyFans is an extension of phone sex. It's not an extension of porn.
You know, they do it for free though. For in exchange for your attention, and the shit's annoying because I want to fuck.
Yeah.
So like when I used to online date, it'll be chicks doing that shit, you know, just using for like conversation and stuff, and you know, and validation and crap like that. It's like, you know, it's like, wait a minute, you a 9+, but you live in, you know, Connecticut. You know, why the fuck you talking to me? Nobody want to fuck you, but they just want to like conversation after conversation after conversation. So they get that shit for free. You telling me, yeah, just find some shit because she's scamming me. She's scamming me knowing I want to fuck.
Do I got it? Tell me I still got it. Don't I have it? Do I still have it?
Yeah, exactly. So like, shouldn't the OnlyFans customers and these scamming bitches just get together and talk about not fucking each other?
I think the competition is that fucking high where motherfuckers have to outbid each other just to be a fucking friend zone dude. Like what?
Pretty much.
God damn.
Yeah, that's why shit's over.
See, I stopped online dating before OnlyFans became a thing.
Yeah.
It's these new niggas. I ain't.
Well, the first part of what you're saying, stop paying for OnlyFans, Patreon, and donating to skimpy streamers on Twitch. It's unhealthy and demeaning to men. That part we can generally agree with, that something is kind of demeaning about it. Especially if they just doing it for the just a little bit of the girlfriend experience through a chick that you never will see in person. Then they go a little left and they say, find a girl and treat her right. Stop the, you know, that sort of speaks back to what Theo was saying. It's like they try to make everything just to the benefit of women. You know, they could have just said, hey, stop doing that punk ass shit and left it right there, but they had to smuggle in how the woman can benefit from you not doing that. So that's the only part where I was like, all right, yeah, cut it out. What did it say? Stop this mentality that an e-girl will fall in love with you. I used to think that guys don't think that this chick about to fall in love, but I'm probably wrong on that. I thought most men knew what they were paying for. Even if you're the strip club kind of dude, you know that you're going to a strip club to pay for a lap dance and some titties.
No, these niggas are delusional. Strip club niggas don't even think they're tricking.
Wait, is an e-girl a gamer thing?
No, e-girl is just a girl on the internet who's selling
attention.
Yeah, attention and you know, in nipple slips. You know,
you're not even selling sex; they're just selling sexuality.
No. They're selling the possibility of sex. Shout out to Art.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sexuality. You're not even putting pussy at risk anymore. How can you lose?
Zero, what's your analysis on ARC's and MOT's interaction that they had recently?
Oh man, that was.
I didn't watch all of it. I just skipped ahead. I saw you share it,
epic.
And then I skipped ahead right to the point to where they both was at the top of their lungs.
I don't know why he got up there. I don't know. I mean, he tried to come up there, you know, and stay as, you know, new ARC, you know, father ARC, and then fucking panel arc made a return.
But Melody did set it up though.
She did. She ain't shit. She knew what she was doing.
Nah, she didn't set that up.
She knew.
No. Melody.
Did you see that panel configuration?
Hold on. Time out. This was listen. I respect a savvy content creator, and that was savvy as fuck to ask MOT an open-ended question about what he thinks about Mode 1. Knowing damn well MOT is gonna say some disparaging shit about Mode 1, and knowing damn well that was gonna get ARC on her panel, and knowing damn well, okay, great, I got I'm hosting and moderating a debate between ARC and MOT. That's content creator savviness. She knew what the hell she was doing, so shout out to her. I don't knock it.
Okay,
I don't knock it.
As I say,
some of the most epic debates that you've seen on my show wasn't exactly an accident.
All right.
I knew what she was doing, but anyway, what was your thoughts on their overall interaction?
You guys, me or Zero?
No, Zero, the one that well, shit. You saw.
I thought it was awesome.
Zero, one here with Zero.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was great because when panel art came back, I was like, yeah, I knew this shit was coming. And then Melody got even more petty, and then the panel configuration got crazy as hell. Big J Triple X out there, shit, RBR.
Man, when I just scanned the cast of characters on the panel, I was like, wait, MOT, ARC, RBR, Big J Triple X. What the?
Wait, you forgot Mel.
Yeah, did Mel snap?
Yeah.
GC tried to like, you know, bring shit back down to earth. Mel was like, fuck that. on a spaceship right now.
That's what I noticed, because Melody not gonna make nobody be quiet. So GC did try to come up and moderate just a little bit, and they wouldn't have none of that shit.
No. Well, Mel's hero was there, and I keep reminding people, Ark is like a legit celebrity in this space, like dead ass. I'm not having to like play dumb and act like he's not. So Mel was like excited that he was just, you know, interacting with ARC. So it was just, you know, GC can usually talk some sense into him. Mel wasn't having that shit.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing that's like off topic right now, but I checked because I remember I heard e-girl a lot, but the e-girls are basically like they dress as if they're either anime or video game characters, and then they attract a lot of you know, gamers, especially teen gamer boys. So, you know, I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, it's still the same concept, it just they do it in cosplay.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, but now let me tell you how bad it is now, though. You ever heard of a VTuber?
No.
All right, a VTuber is somebody who uses a virtual profile to be an e-girl, and so they got a little 3D avatar, whatever, and people still simp not only as hard or harder. There have been men who got caught when their V2 went down, and then it just showed their face being face scanned and shit by the technology. So yeah,
that's messed up.
Yeah. That's where we at. I'm sorry.
That is horrible. That's a moment of silence for that one.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate troll.
Well,
yeah, you really committed.
Like, you know, that's really an E-Tran girl.
You had him in a train.
That's electronic tranny. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
All right. God damn.
Yo, man,
She's doing nothing for you. Save your money, save your time, work on yourself. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with it, but if someone spends a lot of money on e-girls or OnlyFans, it's likely that they are not holding themselves in high enough esteem. Putting some internet strangers' pockets before themselves. If I was single, I would never ever date a single mother because I would not be able to properly raise another man's child. You wouldn't believe the unfair social, psychological, intellectual, and financial advantages my kids have over the few classmates of theirs who are being raised by their mothers in their stepfathers' homes. And it's pretty obvious why that is. Those kids get bullied every day by grown men who don't love them or want them around. Humans are not much different than lions when it comes to some men's attitudes towards step-parenting. Letting your kids get exposed to that their whole lives, to me, would feel like an absolute failure. Trust me, these kids' biological fathers didn't bring anyone into this world that appears to stand a good chance at succeeding as an adult.
Okay. What the hell?
Yeah, I would do that if I found myself in a stepfather position. You know, like my regular kids would get the tuition to the Ivy League while the stepchildren got to go to the community college. Like I see nothing wrong with that.
I wouldn't do that. I think I would try to essentially make that stepkid my own, along with my other children, where he would no longer recognize, I guess, his family, his father's side. I mean, that's what I would try to. I mean, that's what my thoughts would be if I had a stepkid.
Yeah, I'm a younger millennial, so I just wouldn't deal with any of this shit.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I wouldn't do it either. I would.
You know, let me do a juke move on this shit. Like, let me. I'm sorry, you got to get that government stipend or something. Like, I feel sorry for you.
Also, that stepkid would have to take my last name. I don't know how many women would accept that though. So you know,
you don't sound like you're opposed to it at all. I mean, you got like you sound like you down with it.
No, I'm not down with it, but I'm like saying, like, let's just say, like, you know, like, I don't know, like, let's say if I'm like I'm very wealthy and like I meet like a very attractive like single mother, I'm like a widowed or a divorced mom, and the child would have to accept my name. That those are the conditions.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out why go down that path, because in your scenario, you made yourself wealthy, which means you have limited options. So it don't matter how beautiful this single mama is; it's an equally beautiful non-single mama. So why not just start your own family?
I agree with you, but since I've been watching a lot of Kevin Samuels, I've been wondering, like, if that were, you know, if I were somebody who would accept a single mother because of she has very high qualities, you know, that I like, you know, my conditions would be the child has to take my last name.
Bro, regardless of her, like, you can't, the courts are fucked. Like, there's no way to get a good deal or fair deal out of it. You just gotta hope she doesn't fucking turn on you. And you gonna hope that for the rest of your life?
You mean
what about? I'm just curious. What about Kevin Samuels' show made you start considering single mothers more?
I'm not considering single mothers.
I mean,
I'm just saying if you know, I just thought about a scenario where, like, because he mentioned to single mothers, like, you have to work double. I mean, extra harder compared to compared to women with children. So you know, yeah, I was thinking about that in that scenario.
And there's nothing wrong with taking advantage of them having to work harder for my penis. Like, you take the additional value that they have to bring to offset the children.
Okay, y'all talking about the woman working extra harder to be with you, to please you, to do everything just right for you because you know she's showing up disadvantaged. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Say you're a guy that tops out at 7.5 and maybe an 8 once every 2 years when you're lucky. However, an 8.5 comes and she knows that you tops out at a 7.5, but she has a kid. You know, she's going down that extra point in order to offset the fact that you have a kid. Now that's a good deal. What if that 9 comes? That's a good deal in my book. For a guy that tops out at 7.5.
Hold on, the game changer though, and I'll audibly say I probably don't know, but like, how many women nowadays even know they went down in value?
Yeah, they stupid like that. But I mean, or maybe they do and they just don't admit it, you know. But I'm thinking like Sierra here, even though, you know, the guy she married isn't no slouch, but you know, I'm just saying, like, you know, would you turn Sierra down?
She might have the qualities.
If I was Russell Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, like, he's no slouch, but I'm saying with any of us do that, you know, knowing that she had to come down.
Fuck yeah, I would. I have too much to lose.
I don't think Sierra
Oh,
will take
no,
my
you're
deal
not playing. No, Zero. That's a situation where you play the game like a woman. You got a lot to gain by marrying her.
No, the fuck I don't.
I think
just divorce her in 2 years.
So I get a hot chick with a kid. Been there, done that.
I know, but a hot chick with a kid that's worth $20 million. Zero.
I don't care.
Take her shit. Zero down.
Yeah, be the homosexual.
I got you. You talking about go for her bag?
Yes, win one for the team. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think the only thing that what's his name? Wilson,
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, the only thing he gained was he was accepted by the black community once he got with Sierra. So that was the only thing. But in my that's why I said the child would have to take my name, because I was thinking what Kevin Samuels said about some women having to work double harder because of them having children. So that's what I just thought about that. It's not like I'm considering it, but I just said that would be one of the hard conditions I have. One of
Wizard, you are considering it. You're just trying to convince yourself you're not considering it. God damn.
I'm not considering it because it's not my first choice, because first it's going to be costly, and I want children of my own, but having there's one child, so that's going to be an additional expense.
Yeah, to try to help save you. I mean, listen, it's nothing wrong with dating. If you're dating a woman who's self-aware of her deficits, whatever that deficit may be, if she's self-aware about it, then that's generally not a bad thing. I mean, that's actually a really, really good thing if she's self-aware about her deficits, because then she's working hard to compensate for them. But I don't think that, especially if you want a family and everything, then I don't think that's a deficit that you should go in.
I agree with you.
Accept.
Yeah. No, you pick your poisons. But I'm just saying, if they're willing to balance the scale, and many aren't, just the fact that they're calling Kevin Samuels mean that they're not, average at best. She's not willing to balance the scale because she's stupid like that, But he had to point out, listen, your income doesn't really offset like that, and your kid and the fact that you're average means that at best means that you're actually lower than you think you are, and your dog grooming business does nothing.
Talking about Hard 3 Jessica?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Shit! No, there's no bound. No.
Yeah, she's done. Unless she.
Yeah, but she don't realize it. She don't realize it because she's not willing to do a proper appraisal.
No, you export her. No, you can't even be in America. Get the fuck out.
Well, what other country will allow that?
It don't fucking matter. Just send the boat, follow the fucking currents.
No, this is the home, the land of the free, to be an ugly ass bitch. So we take, that's what it says on Statue of Liberty. Bring us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses of ugly bitches. So that's what freedom is.
All right. Rolling some more Not So Beautiful Bean footage. But overall, my overall analysis of what they're trying to do here, they're trying to it's a lot of get back on the plantation shaming going on, basically trying to at least that's how I interpret it. It was choppy and wordy, but it just
that last sentence.
Yeah.
Talking about kids getting bullied. I mean, I'm pretty sure that happens, but I mean, when men make that actual decision, they do decide to try and make the kids a part of their life. It's just, what do you hear a lot of stepfathers complaining about when they break up with a chick? The step kids just get yanked.
Yeah, you don't get shit, and it's I've seen it happen. You could spend money on 10 Christmases. And then you break up and you don't get to walk that kid down the aisle on their wedding day. It's all fucked up. You get if they make it to the NBA, you get no shout out, no thank you. This shit's it's an awful ass deal because you get the worst. You got to change the diapers, but you don't.
That's reality.
Yeah,
the game changer.
And it's like those Christmases never happen because you're not in none of those photos exist anymore.
Exactly.
I wanted to make it clear to the audience. I didn't say, I think they think I'm aiming for single mothers. I'm not. I'm just saying, I thought about what Kevin Samuel said because, I think about in scenarios and, that would be one of the hard conditions.
Yeah, JB said you got your red pill like in the side of your jaw. You ain't swallowing.
I'm actually with a woman who doesn't have children, so we've been together for quite some time.
He got
okay then. God damn it! Like shit. What the?
He got a Ziploc bag under the mattress full of sucked on red pills. He just been
those are fighting words.
putting
I
them,
just had to
putting them
make it clear.
in. All right.
Or want them around. Humans are not much different than lions when it comes to some men's attitudes towards step parenting. Letting your kids get exposed to that their whole lives, to me, would feel like an absolute failure. Trust me, these kids' biological fathers didn't bring anyone into this world that appears to stand a good chance at succeeding as an adult. Your 4 inches lifted half-ton truck on 35 inches tires with blacked out windows isn't cool or unique, or manly. It's the exact same build as everyone else who drives a truck just because they can. Pickup trucks are marketed in a way that exploits masculine vanity. Like, really, when was the last time you went driving on a dirt road in a canyon?
Yesterday.
Most people who buy these things for private use, as opposed to commercial, would be served at least as well, if not better, by minivans or SUVs while being less of a vision obscuring hazard on the road.
Anybody got anything to say to that? I really don't. He's just
This dude really hates pickup trucks. Like,
Yeah.
like he said, he just looks at him as like a vision, obscure. Like, what the hell? It's a truck. Like, if a man wants a truck, he wants a truck.
All right. Yeah. I haven't seen it beyond this point, so I don't know what's going to be said. It may be interesting, may not be interesting. I just watched like the first 5 minutes of it and I was like, yeah, that's enough to do a show. So I haven't seen beyond the 5-minute mark. So
This dude is literally demonizing everything that doesn't help a female, like even if it's neutral.
That's why I couldn't figure out what to say to the truck thing. That's very neutral. If a guy wants to trick out his truck, that's just a personal choice. I mean, I don't do it, but so what? I mean, yeah, but he's like, that money could have been spent on women. Anyway.
So she could buy red.
Learn to cook and do laundry and dishes and
exactly. That was in the back of my mind. Women, all the useless stuff women buy just to accessorize. Yeah.
But a truck is a very functional thing where red bottoms aren't.
Exactly. Yeah. Red bottoms are functional.
Yeah, true.
actually help doing said things. Also doing said things. All or SUVs while being less of a vision obscuring hazard on the road. Learn to cook and do laundry and dishes and actually help doing said things. Also encourage your girlfriends to do man tasks like changing a tire or fixing a wall if they don't already do that.
Yeah, it's just a feminist dog. It's over.
Yeah, this couldn't get more feminist if they tried.
If you get involved, push your girlfriend out there first. Be a real nigga. Hell no.
Yeah, Reddit's pretty liberal when it comes to that. So I kind of avoid the forum now. It's very liberal. It's kind of like Twitter.
He couldn't contain it. He was the president for the first 5 minutes.
He's like, if you made it this far, I know you're in.
Bro, 10 minutes in, they're gonna be talking about strap-ons, dog. I got 10.
Yeah. God damn.
I'm a woman and I love DIY, but I find that guys often step in, trying to.
Whoa. What is that do it yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, do it yourself.
Oh.
Okay. I thought it was something else. Okay. I thought, okay.
To be helpful before I even get to give it a try. Not saying I do the best job in the world, but assembling furniture and putting up shelves is a fun and rewarding puzzle for me.
If you don't,
that is so.
If you don't do a good job, you shouldn't be doing it at all. That's my take on it.
Rearranging the furniture is a fun puzzle for me. He sounds like a kid.
Man, that is fake as
like
hell.
A kid. I remember my grandma told me to do wax on, wax off on the kitchen table. Like the Karate Kid, for those of you who are old enough to remember. Like he getting played.
That is just ridiculous, man. Like I'm just sitting here, like most men. Maybe I just speak for myself. You know, when we're talking about assembling furniture and putting up shelves, Like that's not fun and rewarding. Whenever I've done anything like that, I did it because it had to be done, and so I just got the job done. I think I would argue that it's only a small percentage of men who just literally just have fun just doing that kind of stuff, assembling some furniture.
Yeah, like everybody out here fucking Bob Vila.
When you break stuff open and then you got all those little plastic bags with all those little bitty parts, and then you got to read the directions, and this little part will this label go here and there. That shit is actually very tedious and annoying.
I'd rather be playing a video game. Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, honey, can I borrow your apron so I can go rearrange some of the dishes?
And the cool part is you need a truck to bring the furniture home. Like,
and the first part is not saying I do the best job. So that just means you should just leave it to somebody or leave it to the man.
Fantastic is saying this ain't a dude, it's a chick. Actually, it's a random collection of comments. So some of the comments are written by men and some of them are written by women, but everybody who wrote it has a vagina. So so it really don't matter if it was written by a man or a woman. So.
For me, it's very well documented that testosterone levels are falling steadily, and the cause is linked primarily to things like diet, exercise, and microplastics. This ties into the idea of feminization because low testosterone causes depression and anxiety. This leads to less men pursuing traditionally masculine roles in society, or really pursuing anything at all. Low testosterone is a legitimate problem that deserves research and publicity, but is often ignored due to feminization being a dumb buzzword that automatically makes people think of women-hating agendas. I don't consider...
I wanted to say one thing when you mentioned
that was
absolutely true. Yeah.
Well, it was still a spin move embedded in there because they tried to make it seem like there isn't an agenda to make women more masculine and men more feminine. There is an agenda to do that, but there are some actual causal reasons that we can look to why testosterone is going down. So if you're trying to look at those literal, technical, and even scientifically provable reasons why testosterone is dropping and trying to hide their feminist agenda behind it so nobody sees it. That's what you was trying to do right there.
Yeah.
For most under 30 to be grown-ups. Most adults only fully develop by their 30s. Becoming an adult is a much slower process than I ever thought it was going to be, and I doubt I'll ever feel like I'm an adult. Tolkien had it right with the Hobbits. At your 33rd birthday you're an adult. Turned 30 in January and still feel like a kid. I have my life together, but I still enjoy going out and having fun with my friends all the time. Also, I feel like we still look like kids. I'm sure we don't, but we definitely look younger than I remember early 30-year-olds looking when I was a kid. Probably helps that most of us have all of our hair still.
What?
That a man caves with bars, cool table.
What he's saying is true, but something is up. There is a there because remember the Tuskegee Air. I say remember like I were born, but I'm saying like the Tuskegee Airmen. They were like 19. They were like 19, 20. Now 1920 is different now than it was then. Like a lot different. Like it was people like fully bearded and you know, like they look like they've been in axe battles and shit, you know, by the age of 19. They were like fully grown back then.
So you're discounting modern grooming. Like I know you don't watch basketball, but like if you pull up a clip of just look at the basketball players from the 80s. Like them niggas didn't look like they was 22 and 25. Like people even in the 80s, they just needed to get a fresh lineup and trim some of that shit. I think that had a lot to do with it.
I don't know because like I'll put myself as an example. Like I just like 2-3 years ago, I just got my goatee to go all the way down to my beard, like the side of the goatee, and you know it didn't start going into my face until just now. To my 40s.
I know, but it was still people back then trying to grow beards. They just had scratchy ass Anthony Hamiltons, but they grew that shit anyway. Right now, we have the wherewithal to know shave that shit off and just go clean cut, get a fresh lineup. You look younger versus having a little Anthony Hamilton lamb chop nap taco meat looking piece of shit on your face.
But back then, life was much harder. It was much harder, and I think in my opinion, a lot of the things that this person's describing is just first world problems where you don't really have to worry much about being drafted to the next war or certain responsibilities that that men had in our past time. So that's my take on what this guy is saying right here.
I mean, I'll chime in. I think the stages of life are starting like later and later, and I think everybody going to college contributes to that, because I think college is just a fucking adult babysitting. It just it's just an advanced stage of adolescence till you like fucking 22 to 25.
Yeah, back then, like I think it was like like George Washington and other figures, they would finish college around 14, but back then the life expectancy was like around 44.
Well, you fucking 13, you get your ass a wife and start life like this.
Yeah. I don't know if it's culture or microplastics,
Both.
But yeah. There is a there. That's all I'm saying.
LED strips, school flags, whatever is tacky and immature. Grow up. 90% of men under roughly 50 look stupid with their beard. You will have enough time to look old and disheveled when you are in fact old. Unless half your face was shot off in a war or of congenital disfigurement, shave. You're in.
What? 90% of men under roughly 50 look stupid with their beard? Now then I really leave in the room.
Percentages, like why are they adding
fighting words?
Subjective.
I think
who the hell says men look stupid with their beard?
Yeah, well, I mean, 90% of people apparently, but or 90% of the men. You can't really add statistics to a subjective thing.
Yeah, I've been already.
Oh, okay. I haven't. I'm gonna be honest with you. So yeah, maybe that's what they do.
Oh yeah.
Infatuation with cars and motorcycles is so middle class, man. Don't be a play doll of marketing stories. It's just a toolie. Lastly, maybe you should consider sucking it up once in a while and show some perseverance. Not being a stoic, senseless robot as in the good old days is probably a positive, but the pendulum has swung a little bit too much in the direction of the touchy-feely, comfy zone to the detriment of mental resilience and grit, as well as moral leadership, with deteriorating relationships as a result. Don't believe the hippies. Relationships need male leadership and responsibility.
What if you could become a coding champion in just 9 months with a top tech school's name on your CV? From building user-centric web.
Yeah, I think that's what Theo was kind of describing.
Most men's butt crack.
I think that's what Theo was kind of describing with his family dynamic, where they taught him in the hippie sense, and because they were hippies, then when things started to unfold, his mother started to reveal that she was that she wanted him to be like some sort of an alpha male. That's how would you say it when you went to college. I could be wrong though.
But hippies went to college.
No, because Theo's mother was saying you should back in my day I had sex with numerous people. You should sleep around. You should do typical guy stuff. Why don't you do this kind of guy stuff? And he's like, not only did you teach me, to be like this way,
Hold on, I got it. All right, I'll sum it up. She was judging all men by the men she fucked.
Well, I think that his mother was really, because hookup culture benefits the woman. It gives them infinite value because there's going to be an infinite amount of guys out seeking poon. So, she wants to encourage that. I don't know her intentions, but she probably wants to encourage that lifestyle.
Yeah. They raised him blue pill, but when he went to college, she expected him to be red pilled. Essentially. So this is what that Reddit post is kind of describing before the advertisement.
Acts are disgusting. You should shower after every poop. When you're in the middle of an important task at home or you're at work and there's a shower room on site and you have to stop to take a dump, better hop in the shower after. Letting some shampoo run down you crack, which will do nothing, since soap does almost nothing on a porous surface without a scrub. And have fun wasting all your time taking 2 to 5 showers a day. I'm sure your water bill would be very affordable. If you don't want to wipe your butt, whether you find a game station to clean,
I'm skipping.
see just how clean it gets anywhere that wasn't scrubbed in.
All right.
one of the common stereotypes associated with white people is that they don't often shower. So I think this is coming from a white person right now. Like they don't often shower.
Yeah, there are some cultural things in this that I did sort of eye out, but I don't got nothing to say about this. They just talking about washing your ass.
My question is, what the fuck?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, there is an assumption of like, first of all, I don't take a shower every time I poop, and I don't care what y'all think.
Oh no, I don't either.
Yeah,
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's not.
It's just not. It's just not the most convenient thing. Put it like that.
Nasty bastards.
Well, I mean, like, try to shame me all you want to. I know you shave your balls, but you know, there's just certain lines I don't cross.
Well, yeah, like in the East Asia, like they have like those things with like the toilet where the water goes up.
Just hold on, real quick. To the baby wipes matter. I can say that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll carry on.
In East Asia, they have like those. I forgot what we call them, but they have like where water goes up, and that's how it cleans you. But here, I don't know.
Yeah, it's called a bidet. That's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, they have bidets. They have bidets, electronic bidets too. I've been to some. Like I've been to East Asia where they had like these advanced machines, and here, not so much. Not so much in the West.
Oh no, them Japanese toilets are off the fucking chain. Like shit, they'll talk to you and everything. Never mind.
I thought the Japanese, or maybe that's Chinese. I don't know who that is. It's like it's not really even a toilet. It's like it's something just like an opening in the ground. They like just kind of squat over it.
Oh, those are the old-fashioned ones. Like I saw some in Korea, but they have they have those electric toilets too, where they have the bidets too.
And yes, Wise, Will TCP, you're not supposed to flush baby wipes. I found that out years ago. I had a plumber come in to unclog my toilet. But he removed the toilet and put this little snake down there or whatever. Y'all know how it works. Y'all seen it done. And he pulled up so many shitty wipes. I was like, oh yeah. So, some reason the wipes, they don't break down. I mean they're pretty damn strong. They don't break down, so yeah, they'll clog your shit up indefinitely.
Yeah, you're supposed to use like the toilet wipes, the flushable ones.
This is a shitty conversation.
Yeah,
that's just.
And the more you know and shit, like, all right.
I actually didn't know that. I thought it was like KFC papers, like wet naps. I thought that's what baby wipes were like.
Well, you probably never had baby wipes in your house because you've never had babies. Yeah, so when you're wiping kids' asses and you realize how convenient they are, and you end up wiping your ass with them, and then you just start keeping one, in the bathroom, keeping a pack of baby wipes in the bathroom, and that's what you wipe your ass with. You get bougie and wipe my ass with no dry ass tissue.
No, but you're supposed to use the flushable wipes, the ones that are allowed to be flushed.
I learned all of that, man. I learned. Okay. I was using the convenient baby wipes that was wiping baby's ass. I started using them on my ass, and then after it took like well over a year, probably a couple years before it finally caught up. Like, oh shit, they take a while.
Toilet.
Yeah, they take a while. They will gradually clog up your toilet. That is true. But anyway, this is a public service announcement for those that have children and like to have a clean ass. All right,
fabulous.
And that's a non-porous surface.
All right, this is the last one because they getting weird. So this is the last one.
Father figure is equally as important as having a mother figure. I'm a 16-year-old girl who got abandoned.
What? Having a father figure is equally as important as having a mother figure. That is a pointless point to make because most people end up with their mom, so they don't need a mother figure. They have their mom, but a lot of people end up without their dad, at least.
Well, he did say figure, so it doesn't technically have to be a female.
That's a 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, I think they're more aligned with the left-leaning point of view.
Yeah, because they said mother figure and father figure, so you could have two dads and one of them is a mom, or two women and one of them is a dad,
or the other thing, the T word.
Yeah, and then you can have a mom dad.
You know what that T word is called?
Dad this year. There are so many reasons why this is important, and one of them is that not having a father figure in your life doesn't necessarily wipe out the need for a father in a child's mind. Because of the trauma I've been through, I started viewing older men in very bad ways and started viewing them as father substitutes, which could get extremely bad if it's with the wrong person.
Okay, that was she was talking about her fetishes.
Did
I read that wrong?
Sugar baby confessions.
Did I read that wrong? Let me back it up.
No, it was sugar baby confessions.
Isn't scrubbed, and that's a non-porous surface. Having a father figure is equally as important as having a mother figure. I'm a 16-year-old girl who got abandoned by her dad this year. There are so many reasons why this is important, and one of them is that not having a father figure in your life doesn't necessarily wipe out the need for a father in a child's mind. Because of the trauma I've been through, I started viewing older men in very bad ways and started viewing them as father substitutes, which could get extremely bad if it's with the wrong person.
Started viewing older men in very bad ways and started viewing them as father substitutes, which could get extremely bad if it's with the wrong person. Yeah, she was fucking older guys because she missed daddy. Yeah, that's at least that's my interpretation. But all right, we're gonna leave it there. Y'all are welcome to interpret that however you wish to. All right, we 4 hours in. Any closing words as we get the hell up out of here? Anyone?
A wonderful show. The thing
thanks
about
for having me up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no parting shots, no closing words.
No,
Everybody sounding drained as fuck.
No videos of slapping dudes anymore. So yeah.
That's what happens when you listen to feminism rhetoric. You get emotionally and mentally drained.
That guy was an alpha.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. But no, real talk. Thank you, everybody who came through today, everybody who supported in any way, shape, or form. Appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, we are out of here. Trying to find something. Fuck, did I delete? Oh, we are out of here. Peace. Today's show is brought to you by the Division 6 comic book, created and produced by Michael Varner and executive producer Theodore Young. Division 6 is a James Bond meets Mission Impossible-like geopolitical thriller. The protagonist is Seth Banks, an African-American male genius in cryptology and economics that secretly works for a rogue organization of the CIA called Division 6. Be sure to click the link in the chat room or in the video description to view the comic book. New chapters are added bi-weekly.